Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Good morning, ladies and gentlemen, distinguished guests, speakers, and all participants from around the world. First of all, let us pray and praise to Allah because of His bless and mercy. We can come together without any obstacles, here with healthy condition on this event. On behalf of the organizing committee, I would like to extend our warmest welcome to the 7th International Conference on Research and Community Service, Icracos 2025, proudly hosted by Universitas Negeri Surabaya, Indonesia. The theme of our conference this year is Enhancing Food Security, Innovation, and Education for Sustainable Development and Global Well-being. This event brings together scholars, researchers, and practitioners to exchange ideas and insight on how research and community service can contribute to a better global future. Allow me to respectfully acknowledge our esteemed guests and keynote speakers who have joined us today. The Honorable Professor Dr. Nur Hasan MKes, or well known as Cak Hasan, as Rector Universitas Negeri Surabaya. The Honorable Professor Dr. Haji Muhammad Turhaniani MA, as Head of the Institute for Research and Community Service, Universitas Negeri Surabaya. The Honorable Dr. Sri Abida Suryaningsi, SAG MPD, as Chairman of Icracos 2025. The Honorable Professor Dr. Isnawati MSI, as Vice Dean of Faculty of Food Security, Universitas Negeri Surabaya. The Honorable Professor Dr. Kim Suil, as Keynote Speaker, and he is also an emeritus professor of Busan University of Foreign Studies, South Korea. The Honorable Professor Madya Dr. Anwar Allah Pichai as keynote speaker, and he is also a senior lecturer at the School of Management, Universitas Sains Malaysia. The Honorable Adi Lukas Kurniawan PhD as keynote speaker, and he is from Center for Development Research, University of Bonn, Germany. And all the committee, all presenters and participants in this international conference. Ladies and gentlemen, before we come to the main session, let us begin this event by reciting Basmalah together. Bismillahirrahmanirrahim. May this event be blessed and fruitful. Ladies and gentlemen, on this nice occasion, let me deliver the structure of the event today as follows. First, sing the Indonesian national anthem, Indonesia Raya, and hymn of Universitas Negeri Surabaya. Second, welcoming speech from the chairman of Icracos 2025, Dr. Sri Abida Suryaningsi, SAG MPD. Third, opening speech from Rector of Universitas Negeri Surabaya, Professor Dr. Nur Hasan MKes, or well known as Cak Hasan. Fourth, dua by Dr. Mufarriul Hazin, SPD MPD. Fifth, photo session. Sixth, the plenary session of the Icracos 2025. And the last one is the parallel presentation session. Ladies and gentlemen, now we respectfully invite all participants to rise, if you are able, for the Indonesian national anthem, Indonesia Raya, followed by the hymn of Universitas Negeri Surabaya. Ladies and gentlemen, the second agenda is a welcoming and opening speech. To deliver the welcoming remarks, we are pleased to invite Dr. Sri Abida Suryaningsi, SAG MPD, as the chairman of Icracos 2025. To Dr. Sri Abida Suryaningsi, time is yours.
Bismillahirrahmanirrahim. Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Salam sejahtera. Good morning from Indonesia. The Honorable Keynote Speakers, the Honorable Rector Universitas Negeri Surabaya, Profesor Dr. Nur Hasan MKes, as well known as Cak Hasan, the Honorable Vice Rector for Education, Student Affairs and Alumni, Dr. Martadi, MSN, the Honorable Vice Rector for Law, Administration, Finance, Resource and Business, Profesor Dr. Bahtiar Saiful Bahri, MPD, the Honorable Vice Rector for Research, Innovation, Ranking, Publication and Science Center, Dr. Bambang Sigit Widodo, MPD, the Honorable Vice Rector for Planning, Development, Partnership and Information and Communication Technology, Profesor Dr. Dwi Cahyo Kartiko, SPD MKes. The Honorable Head of Research and Community Service Institution, Universitas Negeri Surabaya, Profesor Dr. Muhammad Turhanyani, MA. The Honorable Organizing Committee of Icracos 2025 and distinguished guests. Ladies and gentlemen, first of all, I would like to welcome you all to the 2025 7th International Conference on Research and Community Service. I would also like to express my gratitude to all the keynote speakers who have come from such long distance to share their knowledge and experience in a variety of aspects. I believe that your keynote speech will give a significant contribution to all the audience of the conference. In this special occasion, I would like to welcome the distinguished speakers, Professor Dr. Isnawati MSI, Vice Dean of Faculty of Food Security, Universitas Negeri Surabaya. Profesor Dr. Kim So-il, Emeritus Professor Busan University of Foreign Studies, South Korea. Professor Madya Dr. Anwar Allah Pichai is a senior lecturer at School of Management, University Science, Malaysia. Adi Lukas Kurniawan, PhD, Helberg Baden-Württemberg, Germany. Ladies and gentlemen, as the Ministry of Education, Research and Technology of the Republic of Indonesia encourage all universities to increase publication and internationally reputable publisher. Our university, under the coordination of the Vice Rector of Research, Innovation, Ranking, Publication and Science Center, has made plenty of effort. This conference is clear evidence that UNESA has a strong commitment to contribute positively to the development of human resource and UNESA in education in Indonesia with a jargon satu langkah di depan or one step ahead. We invite academics, researchers and practitioners to submit case studies of practice, theoretical papers, empirical studies, and other papers within broad area the support research and community service program. On this occasion, our conference theme is enhancing food security, innovation, and education for sustainable development and global well-being. It's part of our concern on the contribution of education and science of enhancing nation research and innovation in Indonesia. The 2025 7th International Conference on Research and Academic Community Service aims to bring academic scientists, research scholars, and practitioners to exchange and share their experience and research result all of aspects. It also provides a premier interdisciplinary platform for researchers, educators, students, and practitioners to present and discuss the most recent innovation, trend, and concern, as well as practical challenges, encounter, and solution adopted in research and academic community service in the field of engineering, science, education, and social and humanitarian research. Hopefully, we all can significantly give more contribution to the nation advance in the not too distant future. To all of our distinguished guests and participants, advisory board, co-organizing committee, international scientific committee, institution, thank you for being here. Welcome and enjoy the conference. Wassalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh.
Ladies and gentlemen, thus the welcoming speech delivered by Dr. Sri Abida Suryaningsi, SAG MPD. Thanks to Dr. Sri Abida Suryaningsi for the warm and inspiring welcome. The next one is opening speech from our Rector of Universitas Negeri Surabaya, Professor Dr. Nur Hasan MKes, or well known as Cak Hasan. We are honored to invite Professor Dr. Nur Hasan MKes, Rector of UNESA, to officially open the international conference.
Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Selamat pagi. Merupakan suatu kehormatan bagi saya untuk menyambut Anda semua dalam kegiatan International Conference on Research dan Academic Community Service atau Icracos 2025 yang diselenggarakan oleh Lembaga Penelitian dan Pengabdian kepada Masyarakat Universitas Negeri Surabaya. Tahun ini tema konferensi adalah Enhancing Food Security, Innovation and Education for Sustainable Development and Global Well-being, yang mencerminkan komitmen berkelanjutan kami untuk mempromosikan peran pendidikan dan sains dalam memperkuat penelitian dan inovasi di Indonesia. Konferensi ini bertujuan untuk mempertemukan para ilmuwan, akademisi, sarjana, peneliti, dan praktisi untuk bertukar dan berbagi pengalaman. Dan hasil penelitian ini di bidang teknik, sains, pendidikan sosial, dan kemanusiaan. Semoga konferensi ini akan menginspirasi kita semua untuk memberikan kontribusi yang lebih signifikan bagi kemajuan bangsa di masa mendatang. Dengan ini, saya menyatakan konferensi Icracos 2025 secara resmi bisa dimulai dan dibuka. Terima kasih. Wassalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh.
Thanks to Professor Dr. Nur Hasan MKes, or Cak Hasan, for your inspiring words. Ladies and gentlemen, to bless this event,
Recording
let us
in
join
progress.
in a prayer led by Dr. Mufarihul Hazin, SPD, MPD. We kindly invite Dr. Mufarihul Hazin, SPD, MPD, to lead the prayer.
Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Bismillahirrahmanirrahim. Allahumma salli ala Sayyidina Muhammad wa ala ali Sayyidina Muhammad. Walhamdulillahi rabbil alamin. Hamdan na'imin, hamdan syakirin. Hamdan yuafi ni'amahu wa yukafi'u mazida. Ya Rabbana lakal hamdu kama yanbaghi li jalali wajhika wa azimi sultanik. Almighty God, we humble gather before you at this international conference hosted by LPPM Universitas Negeri Surabaya, seeking your guidance and wisdom. Bless all participants, speakers, and organizers with clarity of mind, sincerity of heart, and the spirit of collaboration. May this event foster meaningful dialogue, ignite innovative ideas, and stake the global partnership for the advance of knowledge, community empowerment, and sustainable development. Guide us to use our research and insight for the greater good of humanity. Rabbana taqabbal minna innaka antas samiul alim. Wa tub alaina innaka antat tawwabur rahim. Rabbana atina fid dunya hasanah wa fil akhirati hasanah wa qina adzabannar. Wa sallallahu ala sayyidina Muhammad wa ala ali sayyidina Muhammad walhamdulillahi rabbil alamin. Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh.
Thank you, Dr. Mufarihul Hazin. Ladies and gentlemen, before we continue with the parallel session, we will take a virtual group photo with all the participants. Please turn on your camera and get ready with your best smile. We kindly waiting all of you to open your camera, please. Okay, I can see you right here. Okay, I will get the virtual group photo for first slide. I will count into 3. 1, 2, 3, smile. Okay, for the second slide. 1, 2, 3, smile. Okay, for the third slide. 1, 2, 3, smile. All right. Ladies and gentlemen, distinguished participants, as the opening ceremony concludes, we are now moving to the plenary session, a key part of Icracos 2025, where we will gain valuable insight from 4 distinguished speakers who will share their expertise related to our conference theme. Each plenary session will be facilitated by its design moderator to ensure fruitful discussion and interaction with all participants. For the first plenary session, we are honored to welcome Professor Dr. Isnawati MSI from Universitas Negeri Surabaya, Indonesia. The session will be moderated by Dr. Lydia Lestari Sitohang, SSI MSc. To Dr. Lydia Lestari Sitohang, the floor is yours.
Hello, good morning from Surabaya, Indonesia, everyone. Welcome to our first plenary session on enhancing food security, innovation, and education for sustainable development and global well-being. It is my pleasure to be here with all of you today. My name is Lydia Lestari Sitohang, and I have the honor of moderating this exciting plenary session. We are truly privileged to have with us a distinguished keynote speaker, Professor Dr. Isnawati from the Faculty of Food Security at the State University of Surabaya. Professor, are you here with us?
Yes,
How are you, Professor?
I'm fine, fine and healthy and happy.
Oh, it is very great. It is very nice to hear from you. And please allow me to briefly introduce the biography of our distinguished keynote speaker. Professor Dr. Isnawati is professor in the field of genetic material-based bioresources for biorespecting improvement at the Faculty of Food Security, State University of Surabaya. Professor Isna is a passionate and dedicated academic whose work spans across biotechnology, agriculture, and animal science. With a deep commitment to improving livestock health and performance, she leads innovative research projects that enhance ruminant nutrition and reproductive health. Her work also explores the potential polyploid rice, aiming to improve both genetic stability and agronomic practices. Professor Isnawati's blend of professional expertise and personal passion drives her to not only advance scientific knowledge, but also inspire those around her, leaving a lasting impact in her field of study. Dear Professor, thank you very much for being here, and we are eagerly anticipating your thought-provoking presentation on the theme of research trend of food fermented in Indonesia as single-cell protein sources during 2 decades based on bibliometric analysis, a topic that resonates deeply not only in Indonesia, but also the world concerned on food security. Dear Professor, you will have 30 minutes to deliver your presentations, and then we will have a 15-minute discussions, and it will consist of question and answer. And thereafter, we would like to presenting you with a certificate of appreciation for your invaluable contribution.
Okay.
Dear Professor, without a further ado, the stage is yours.
Okay, thank you to the committee for giving me this opportunity. Please help me display the slides.
Give us a
yes.
moment, Professor.
Yes, okay.
So our IT team really works hard at the moment, Professor.
Okay. Okay.
Yes.
Okay. Bismillahirrahmanirrahim. Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Good morning, all participants in the Icracos 2025 International Seminar. I see from the list that almost all of the participants are from Indonesia. On this occasion, I will present an article titled as shown on the slide, recent trend of food fermented in Indonesia as single-cell protein sources during 2 decades based on bibliometric analysis. Maybe this article I presented is very simple, but it is important for us to know the trends in research related to single-cell proteins. I think the right alternative protein source in the future. We are a team of 3. We come from the Faculty of Food Security, Universitas Negeri Surabaya. I serve as Vice Dean 1 of the faculty. Please allow me to briefly introduce my faculty. The Faculty of Food Security Universitas Negeri Surabaya is the only one in Indonesia which is committed to producing food security brigades that will realize food security primarily in Indonesia. Thank you. Next slide. Okay. We born the Faculty of Food Security UNESA was born in early 2025 and will begin the learning process in August 2025, next month. We start with 450 students, inshallah. There are 5 study programs at my faculty, namely Animal Bioscience, Aquaculture, Biotechnology, Digital Agribusiness, and Agricultural Processing Technology. One of the hallmark of our faculty is the promotion of circular economy and the optimization of local resources. So one of the things we manage intensively is the production of single-cell protein for human and livestock food. This is a distinctive feature of my faculty that sets it apart from similar faculties in Indonesia. The first step we took was to find information on research trends related to the production of fermented food-based single-cell protein in Indonesia, especially tempe and tempe-like products. Why we focus on the single-cell protein? Because there are a number of advantages like fast production process, environmentally friendly, higher nutritional value, especially in protein content, and very efficient because it can use organic waste in the production process. Why we focus on tempe? Because it is a fermented food that has been produced and consumed by Indonesians for a long time and is proven to be safe. Okay, thank you. Next slide. The method was to implement the 4 stages of PRISMA. In the first stage, identification, we obtained 3,294 articles according to the selected keywords. And at the second stage, screening, there were 989 articles. And in the next step, in the eligibility states, there were 7,027 articles were considered to meet the initial criteria for further analysis. In the last stage, there were 24 reports of included studies. In 24 articles, the the diversity of microorganisms and their function as the main source of nutrient, especially protein, we closely examine and analyze. Okay, next slide. This slide show the global heat map of scientific contribution on fermented food as a source of single-cell protein. Countries with darker blue color indicating higher publication volume. We can see in this slide that China is the most prolific contributor, followed by United States and several European countries. We can see Indonesia also appear on the map, but with light blue. This shows that there is still a need to improve research in the field of fermented food, especially the research related to indigenous microorganisms in fermented food, which have the potential as a source of single-cell protein. The strategies that can be do include increased collaboration, investment, and capacity building in underrepresented region to bridge the global knowledge gap and support sustainable protein innovation. I think particularly within the context of food security and circular bioeconomy. Okay, next slide. This slide displays scientific article production from 5 leading countries within the scope of fermented food and single-cell protein. Again, China reaching over 600 articles by 2024, and then Japan, 19 consistent productivity, ranking second throughout the period. USA, Germany, and France so more moderate but steady growth trajectories. How about Indonesia? I think unfortunately the publication of article related to fermented food and single-cell protein in Indonesia does not rank in the top 5, although the implementation in this field is very intensive. So Indonesia excellent in implication needs to be improved in publication. Okay. In Indonesia, many varieties of fermented food are produced, especially tempe with a variety of raw material based on local wisdom. As we can see in the next slide, I will elaborate on the wealth of tempe varieties in Indonesia. Okay, next slide. That slide I mean. The slide display tempe kedelai or soybean tempe. The tempe variant that commonly found and produced almost all over Indonesia. Made from peeled soybean, fermented by a number of microorganisms, including Rhizopus oligosporus, Lactobacillus spp, Bacillus spp, and some kinds of yeast. The fermentation process for making soybean tempe is carried out using the solid state fermentation, I think, under the microaerophilic condition, small oxygen. Soybean tempe is commonly used as a store of protein that contain essential amino acid and big complex vitamins. The microorganisms in soybean tempe are safe source of single-cell protein production. That is the point, the important point from soybean tempeh. In this slide, show the some kinds of food from soybean tempe, like oseng tempe cabai hijau, oseng tempe toge, bacem tempe, perkedel, or mendol tempe. As you know, all types of processed tempe food are very delicious, nutritious, healthy, and inexpensive. Okay, next slide. And this slide tell us another variant of tempe is tempe gembus. Tempe is widely produced in Yogyakarta or Central Java. The raw material for this tempe is tofu dregs that are fermented by some kinds of microorganisms like fungi, Rhizopus ilicosporus, and bacteria, Bacillus subtilis, and several species of lactic acid bacteria, good and health bacteria. Similar to the process of making soybean tempe, tempe gembus is made through solid state fermentation and under microaerophilic condition. Tempe gembus is a source of protein, B-complex vitamin, and other bioactive compound. Like the soybean tempe, the microorganism in tempe gembus are a safe source of single cell protein production too. There are some kinds of food made of tempe gembus, gembus lombok ketok, or gembus tempe with chunky green chili, sate kere, or poor man's sate with gembus. I'm sorry, kere is a term in Indonesia, especially in Java, that describes a group of poor people. This is because tempe gembus is cheap and made from tofu factory waste. I think the term is actually inaccurate, as tempe gembus is a nutrient-rich and delicious food. Maybe in the future, we must give sate excellent maybe, or sate rice, not poor man sate. Okay. Another process is food made from tempe gembus. That is all variant, tempe gembus udang kuah santan and bacem tempe gembus. Just like the processed product of soybean tempe, the processed gembus tempe is delicious, nutritious, inexpensive, and unique. If you visit Indonesia, especially Yogyakarta, you should not miss the culinary tour to enjoy various authentic Indonesian tempe dishes. Okay. Okay, next slide. This slide tell us another unique variant of tempe. Is lamtoro tempe. The main ingredient in dried lamtoro seeds, Leucania leucocephala, that are not utilized, just the waste. The production process is almost the same as the two variants of tempe described earlier, as are the indigenous microorganisms that carry out the fermentation process. There are slight differences from the two previous. The fermentation process of tempe lamtoro occur more quickly and can produce more microbial biomass. So it's very efficient as source to single cell protein production. For most people, lamtoro tempe is perceived as tastier with a sharp aroma and ricer flavor. Microorganism found in lamtoro tempe serve as a safe source for single cell protein production too, similar to other tempe varieties. This tempeh can be prepared into a rings of delicious, nutritious, and affordable dishes. Okay, next slide. This slide, I think, presents a summary of other tempe variants in Indonesia with at least 7 additional types that containing safe indigenous microorganisms that can serve as sources of single-cell protein production. Based on the previous presentation, it can be concluded that although scientific publication on tempe in Indonesia still need to be improved, but the implementation of fermentation processes in tempe production is highly intensive. The use of different raw material further contributes to the variety of safe microorganisms that serve as sources of single cell protein production. Okay, next slide. This slide tell us what cloud visualization representing the most frequently occurring keywords in publication related to fermented food and single cell protein. I think there are 6 dominant scientific themes and scientific research related to single cell protein and food fermentation, including metabolism, genetic, animal protein, animal chemistry, and psychology. Based on the food visualization, we can conclude that very little of applied research related to single cell protein production for animal and human food. There is no themes. It is important to intensify research, I think, on the discovery of single cell protein candidate microorganism for human food, especially. Okay, next slide. This slide shows us interdisciplinary cluster in single-cell protein and fermented food research. Based on this research, there are five interdisciplinary cluster. The red cluster represent genetic aspect, I think. The blue cluster center on practical processes to single-cell protein production. The yellow cluster illustrated the application of single-cell protein in animal nutrition. The green cluster is populated with microbiological and safety. And the last, purple cluster indicates the biochemical and health focus dimension of single cell protein research. Based on the interdisciplinary cluster, we can learn about important things that include mapping disciplinary contribution, demonstrating knowledge integration, revealing research trends and gaps, facilitating cross-disciplinary communication. Based on this slide, we can see that there is no cluster for human food production made of single cell protein. Maybe our team at the Faculty of Food Security will focus on research in this topic. Okay, next slide. This slide represents the number of annual publication. We can see through survey between 2013 and 2019, peaking around 20 2023 with over 40 articles published before experiencing a slight decline in 2025 in this year. It is essential to improve research efforts on single cell protein, focusing on maybe identifying safe sources, I think, developing efficient production methods too, and ensuring safety standards for human consumption. Okay, next slide. The scheme in this slide presents a summary of 24 articles selected for analysis. The results indicate that there are 4 groups microorganisms involved in fermentation process, including fungi like Rhizopus group and Aspergillus group, Bacillus, lactic acid bacteria, and yeast, some kinds of species of yeast group. All of them will serve as sources for single cell protein production and safety. Based on 24 selected references in the included phase of Prisma, combination culture in the fermentation process give better results. So we must combine fungi and bacteria, fungi and yeast, and so on. And to create single cell protein as human food, I think will require long stages. Okay, next slide. This slide presents single cell protein products then have been marketed. We can see in this slide there is no single protein products have been found that come from the 4 groups of microorganisms as described earlier. So there is still an opportunity to conduct research related to single cell protein production. Okay, next slide. That is the conclusion. These studies show that tempe and other Indonesian fermented foods are not only rich in nutritional value, but also hold strong potential as sources of single cell protein and functional food ingredients. Various local substrates and microbial strains, especially Rhizopus group, Lactobacillus and Bacillus, and yeast too, I think, demonstrate significant promise for single cell protein development. However, safety concern and microbial diversity must be carefully managed through modern monitoring technologies. Okay, the last slide. Next recommendation. In spite of this potential, single cell protein remains absent from key national food policy. That is an important point. In the future, the single cell protein must including in national food policy. Therefore, integrating single cell protein into strategic framework and supporting its development through targeted funding and regulation is crucial to strengthening food security and advancing local food innovation. Thanks for all attention. I think that all my presentation. Wassalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh.
Waalaikumsalam warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Thank you very much for your very insightful presentation, Professor. Allow me to highlight 3 points. There are many remarkable points. But first point, you highlighted how your faculty, food security, is one of the pioneering in Indonesia in supporting the Sustainable Development Goal. This is a very novelty of our State University of Surabaya. And second, as a researcher, you also highlighted there is a gap why we need to concern about SCP, single cell protein, as one of the sources of the food security in supporting the Sustainable Development Goals. And third, this is rather crucial and also detailed. We have learned the immense potential of tempeh and other traditional Indonesian fermented foods, not only for their rich nutritional value, but also as promising sources of single-cell protein and functional food ingredients. Thank you very much. Dear Professor, we will soon entering our next session, that is a question and answer. In our chat, there is already 2 questions. Yes, I will read it for you, and let me know whether it is convenient for you to wait for another questions or you prefer to directly answer the questions. Shall we collect the answer first, or would you like to answer directly?
Okay.
Yeah.
Yes.
Okay. Okay, I will read it. Thank you very much for a very interesting talks. I have 2 questions about single cell protein. This is from Fitriari. Yeah. First question: what are the effects of tempeh-based single cell protein compared to conventional tempeh consumption on human health? Second, how can circular economy principles be applied to the production of SCP from Indonesia fermented foods to enhance sustainability and reduce waste? Thank you.
Okay. I'm sorry. The first question is differences between tempeh-based.
Tempeh-based SCP?
Oh, tempeh-based single cell protein.
Yeah.
Okay. Differences. No. If we consume the tempeh, we consume the microorganism too. But in the single cell protein, we must isolate the microorganism and we culture to get the large biomass of the microorganism. And in the single cell protein consume, we only consume the microorganism, not with the raw material on the tempeh, like that. The differences between tempeh and single cell protein, that sort of the microorganism of tempeh.
Yes. And dear Professor, is there any effects on human health of consuming the tempeh-based SCP?
Impact.
Yeah, yeah. Is there any effect to human health if we eat
Yes,
this?
I think tempeh or tempeh or microorganism in this tempeh is safe. I think safe and have high nutritional value. That is so hard to consume for human. There is no negative impact, I think. In the tempeh, not only protein but also the other bioactive compound that support our health. I think it's very good to consume every day in the long time and the large
Yes, speaking of tempe, I think many of us has not have breakfast yet, but this is very alluring to hear. However, there is a second question, Professor. So the second question is still from Miss Fitriari.
Mm-mm.
How can circular economy principles be applied to the production of single-cell protein from Indonesian fermented foods to enhance sustainability and reduce waste?
Um, to produce the single cell protein, we can use the organic waste from the some kind of production process like the tofu. Tofu have two kind of waste, solid and solid, solid and water. We can use the solid waste of tofu production to to culture, yeah, as a media culture of microorganism to get a lot of biomass of the organism that we culture. Jadi as the media we can use with one some kind of waste, organic waste like that.
Thank you
So
very much.
uh, economic circular is philosophy of economic circular is zero waste, or we use waste to produce things that have economical value. I think like that.
Thank you for the insightful response, Professor. And Ms. Fitriari, does it respond to your questions? Yeah. Dear ladies and gentlemen, oh, you're welcome. Dear ladies and gentlemen, if there is questions, we still welcome one or two questions. And while waiting for the questions, Professor, is it possible for me to ask for some enlightenment from you? I'd like to ask some questions, maybe one. So, would you mind to go to the slides of the map? No, the table where the sources of tempe across Indonesia. My background is social geography, and I was mesmerized with the originates of tempe across Indonesia.
Soybean tempe.
Yeah, with the table, full of tables. So, yeah, this one.
Right,
So,
right.
as a social geographer, I was wondering about the distribution of this origin of the tempe, and it just happened I was looking for Kalimantan and also Bali are not in your list. I'm wondering,
Yeah.
are there any particular reasons why there are no Kalimantan or Bali, or is it possible that Kalimantan and Bali are not potential to grow tempeh sources? Thank you.
I I think the region is not in the table. Produce tempe too, but commonly the variant of soybean tempe, not from the other raw material. Jadi in Kalimantan and in Bali produce tempe too, commonly with the soybean tempe.
Thank you very much. I'm just wondering whether there would be any possibility to extend the research in those regions. But thank you very much for sharing your insights, Professor. Ladies and gentlemen, I think we need to move forward to our next sessions because we have limitations in terms of the timing. Again, thank you very much, Professor Isnawati, for such an enlightening and thought-provoking presentation. And your presentation reveals the growing potential of Indonesian fermented foods such as tempeh as valuable sources of single-cell protein, a trend that has gained significant momentum of the past 2 decades. And before we close this session, Professor, we like to take a moment to present you with a certificate of appreciation as a token of our gratitude for your time, effort, and profound insights. Dear Professor, would you like to give us your bright smiles? Because our IT tried to capture the best picture we could have in here. Again,
Like that.
Again, thank you so much. Thank you so much, Professor, and thank you for our participants. This session has been a very memorable one, and I hope it leaves you with much to ponder as we move forward. Ladies and gentlemen, you're welcome. We will soon entering our next discussion about the halal food from Korea. And before we move to the next sessions, I would like to return the stage to our master of ceremony, Ms. Fitria. The stage is yours.
Thank you to Dr. Lydia Lestari Sitohang. Moving to the second plenary session, we welcome Professor Dr. Kim Soo-il from University of Foreign Studies, South Korea. The session will be moderated by Mr. Tata Setiadi, MA. We kindly hand over the session to you, Mr. Tata Setiadi.
Yeah. Thank you, Master of Ceremony, the Miss Fitria. And now we are going to attend our second plenary sessions with Professor Kim. Are you here with us, Professor Kim? Yeah, how are you, Professor? Pardon? So could you please use mic? Okay.
Okay.
Good.
Thank
Okay.
you. Yeah, I'm here now.
Yeah.
Okay.
Good morning, Professor.
Go
Yeah,
ahead.
selamat pagi from Surabaya. Annyeonghaseyo. Professor Kim, in this session you will deliver material and discussions about strategy to explore Korean market for Indonesian halal food products. And to briefly introduce Professor Kim, Professor Kim is a distinguished academic and diplomat with over 4 decades of experience in international relations, educations, and diplomacy, and then currently serving as an advisor to Universitas Nasional, Universitas Patimura, as well as visiting professor for Universitas Indonesia. The other important roles of Professor Kim is Ambassador of Korea to Timor-Leste, President of Daegu University of Foreign Studies, and then Secretary General of the Tourism Promotion Organizations for Asia Pacific cities. One is the most favorite for me is Professor Kim very fluent in Bahasa Indonesia. Is that correct, Professor?
I'm not sure. It's up to you.
Yeah. Okay. We have 3 sessions for the discussion, and for the first 30 minutes, you will deliver your materials, and then the 15 minutes for question and answers, and we will give some remarks or conclusion after your speech. So, Professor Kim, if you are ready, time is yours. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. I feel very pleased and honored to be part of this prestigious international seminar organized by the renowned Universitas Negeri Surabaya. I am Professor Kim Soo-il from Busan University of Foreign Studies. First of all, I would like to extend my deep gratitude to Professor Nur Hassan, President of University Negeri Surabaya, and members of the organizing committee of this international seminar. And I also offer my warm greetings to all of the officials, presenters, and participants who are here today. Now, I kindly would like to call for generous understanding and permission for me to make my presentation in Bahasa. For me, as a Korean who study Indonesian language, it's actually a rare opportunity to practice Bahasa. I have learned over a lengthy period of time and lots of endeavor. So will you allow me to make presentation in Bahasa? But later in the session of Q&A, I hope that you feel free to use either Indonesian English. Okay, will you show my material? Okay. Saya hari ini akan menghandle tema strategi untuk mengembangkan pasar Korea khusus itu untuk produk-produk halal. Next, please. My eyesight is not so good, so please understand. I want to can read my glasses. Sebenarnya di Korea belum ada banyak produk halal di Korea. Itu realitas. Jadi tema yang kita bisa bicarakan ini bersifat yang upaya yang pioneering itu. Jadi berarti besar itu mudah-mudahan memberi inspirasi ya, bukan insight itu. Menurut pendapat saya, trading itu harus itu reciprocal ya, give and take begitu ya, impor ekspor. Tapi selama ini saya walaupun orang Korea, tetapi saya orang Korea tapi yang cinta Indonesia. Jadi saya harap trading itu harus itu jangan one sided itu. Jadi harus itu reciprocal begitu. Jadi itu mutual begitu. Jadi on two sides. Ya. Jadi mudah-mudahan produk Indonesia juga bisa masuk banyak ke Korea. Jangan hanya produk Korea ya ke Indonesia. Okay, next please. Kalau kita mau jual sesuatu barang gitu ya, harus ada seleksi produknya dulu ya. Produk apa yang bisa diekspor ya, bisa kompetitif dari segi competitiveness ya. Itu kita harus pilih ada itu banyak produk juga ya yang bisa saya kira diekspor ke Korea. Bisa dicoba begitu ya. Tapi masih perlu dicoba. Berarti belum banyak yang produk Indonesia. Selain batubara, kayu, ya itu raw material, raw material. Produk itu yang manufacturers itu masih kurang. Jadi masih itu kita tadi itu Ibu narasumber sebelum saya pernah sebut itu ya tempe atau ya, tapi saya ambisinya lebih kuat nanti yang industrial product juga ya bisa diekspor itu ke luar negeri ya. Tapi sebenarnya realitasnya masih itu begitu ya, kita harus mengakui ya, noodle, tempe ya, seperti itu. Jadi dan juga terakhir itu buah-buahan itu tropis ya, tidak ada di Korea atau Jepang. Itu mungkin karena real ya, itu jarang gitu ya, itu lebih mungkin tertarik. Dan juga rempah, spice itu juga Korea itu khusus generasi muda yang sering itu overseas itu traveling ya ke Indonesia ya. Jadi mereka itu waktu mereka masih traveling di Indonesia coba itu yang makanan ya Indonesia ya yang pakai itu penuh itu rempah spice itu. Jadi mereka adiktif itu waktu pulang nanti itu rindu begitu. Jadi kalau ada mereka bisa ketemu produk yang itu Indonesia ya yang memakai cukup itu rempah-rempah itu spice itu mungkin sangat mereka ada kemungkinan bisa pilih begitu. Okay, next please. Next please. Jadi step by step ya itu karena Chinese manufacturernya itu ada kaitan langsung ya, direct itu ada connectivity ya atau direct linkage ya dengan perkembangan level industri ya. Jadi negara-negara seperti industrially advanced countries mereka major export itu itemnya itu ya industrial goods ya. Tetapi ya realitas ya kita masih begini ya. Jadi kopi ya, jadi kita lokal Indonesian kopi terkenal ya di Korea, Cina, Jepang tidak bisa tumbuh kopinya, tidak ada pohon kopi. Harus itu tergantung. Malahan mereka sudah sangat itu penggemar semua kopi ya. Berarti ada banyak pasar itu kopi itu besar ya di Korea juga. Terakhir ini satu bahan referensi yang perlu diperhatikan khusus itu ekspor Korea ya. Indonesia ya. Terakhir ini candy itu gula-gula ya dari kopi ya. Saya kurang tahu ini sesuai sebut nama brandnya atau tidak. Ya, tetapi itu ya sebut itu saya ya. Itu namanya Kopiko, ada candy Kopiko ya. Saya kalau Kopiko itu penjualannya di Korea itu luar biasa itu. Di mana-mana supermarket itu ya, yang di corner kue-kue ya, itu kita lihat itu Kopiko, candy Kopiko dari Indonesia itu menguasai itu sektor itu candy di Korea. Itu sangat amusing, sangat itu ya sangat itu banggakan begitu. Itu karena menggunakan lokal material ya kopi begitu. Dan kosmetik juga bukan hanya kosmetik Korea itu ya itu diakui atau diapresiasi ya. Tetapi saya kira kosmetik Korea itu kosmetik Indonesia khusus yang memakai itu ingredient ya dari Indonesia itu ya. Itu seperti palm oil ya, juga tadi itu spices yang ada wangi ya, wangi itu ya spesial di Indonesia banyak. Jadi di Indonesia sebenarnya lingkungannya lebih unggul untuk mengembangkan industri kosmetik karena banyak itu raw materialnya itu ingredientnya ada di sini begitu. Dalam konteks yang sama furniture juga ya, tadi kayu-kayu yang ada di Indonesia ya, yang seperti itu ebony atau ya seperti itu Indonesia punya kayu itu sangat itu keras dan juga ada yang keras, ada yang tidak keras, tapi seperti ebony itu ya keras dan sangat itu beautiful. Jadi oleh kesimpulannya ini kita make best use of the raw materials available in Indonesia begitu. Okay, next. Kita perlu juga tahu itu siapa yang pembelinya itu ya, siapa yang pembelinya. Tadi itu kita untuk ekspor pada tahap pertama kita harus melakukan seleksi ya yang bisa diekspor ya, bisa kita compete di global market ya. Tetapi juga aspek ini penting juga, understanding purchasing akhirnya yang membeli itu mereka suka, mereka kira-kira mau produk Indonesia apa ya. Jadi semua trading atau apa saja ya, itu apa saja perlakuannya manusia ya. Ini perlakuan manusia, trading ya, juga impor ekspor, perkembangan ekonomi, semua itu perlakuan manusia. Jadi kita harus itu dengar dari nasihat dari pakar-pakar, dari pakar-pakar itu market Korea. Jadi perlu kita yang kalau tidak ada pengetahuan mengenai itu, mereka punya preferensinya apa ya, yang mereka kesukaannya apa ya, dan juga sering itu kalau passion warna mereka suka, desain mereka suka, sangat-sangat beda ya. Jadi seperti saya, orang Korea kostum seperti saya sekarang ini. Jadi tidak banyak bunga atau warna-warni plain begitu ya. Kalau di Korea, kalau pakai yang berwarna-warni itu dianggap ditafsirkan itu ditafsirkan beda. Saya tidak mau bicara itu secara teliti, tapi itu kalau terlalu warna-warni ya, itu dikira itu orang yang suka koda-koda perempuan. Itu cuma artis itu begitu. Dari orang seperti akademisi atau di salaryman tidak boleh itu pakai warna-warni gitu ya. Jadi itu kita harus tahu itu seleranya apa ya, itu purchasernya itu penting sekali. Kita perlu advice ya, sebelum umpamanya kalau mau ekspor itu barang-barang dari batik ya, jadi khusus hati-hati kita harus itu perlu undang desainer Korea ya, kita harus belajar selera mereka. Jadi yang kita harus produksi itu produk batik yang bisa diterima oleh mereka. Next please. Saya kira sangat promising. Prospeknya baik begitu ya. Baik prospect for the Korean market for Indonesian halal product is very very promising begitu ya. Karena di diaspora Indonesia sekarang meningkat drastis begitu. Sampai 5 tahun yang lalu, 1 tahun Indonesian WNI ke Korea itu 10.000 orang rata 1 tahun. Tapi sekarang 2 kali menjadi begitu. Jadi sekarang ada hampir 60.000 diaspora Indonesia di sana. Jadi sebentar lagi bisa berarti 100.000. Hal ini penting karena itu produk-produk halal Indonesia ada tahap pertama, konsumen utamanya itu primary consumernya itu diaspora di mana-mana, bukan hanya di Korea, di Jepang, di Hong Kong. Jadi itu peran mereka itu sumbangan diaspora pada itu konsumsi produk-produk halal di luar negeri itu sangat signifikan, sangat substansial begitu. Jadi dan juga Korean resident in Indonesia ya. Di sebelah kiri Korean resident di Indonesia. Mereka itu berarti addicted begitu. Jadi saya sore ini pulang ke Indonesia, pulang ke Korea. Tetapi di dalam tas itu semua produk-produk makanan Indonesia, tempe ada, juga super mie. Karena itu pesan dari anak saya. Mereka minta waktu pulang, Papa jangan lupa bawa super mie, tempe dan rendang. Ya saya itu. Tadi orang Korea juga yang pernah tinggal di Indonesia ya, atau coba yang exposed ya to Indonesian halal product ya, selama mereka berkunjungan di Indonesia, mereka juga addicted. Okay, next please. Ya, conclusion. Ini waktunya terbatas. Jadi untuk masuk ke Korea itu, jadi tantangannya ya, tantangannya itu susah itu peroleh license ya, license Korean FDA. Indonesia itu BPOM ya, seperti itu. Jadi sebenarnya prosesnya tidak begitu complicated. Tapi dari psikologi orang ekspor di Indonesia, mereka itu secara lebih psychologically mereka merasa itu sangat challenging, complicated begitu. Maka itu perlu dibantu oleh mitra lokal di Korea itu. Dan juga pemerintah harus allocate financial aid itu ya, budget kepada eksportir itu Indonesia. Itu di Indonesia lebih 90% ya, lebih 90 mungkin 5 atau 6% ya, itu dalam GDP itu ya, GDP itu mungkin generated by UKM mungkin. Jadi di Indonesia itu UKM itu, porsi UKM dalam itu ekonomi keseluruhan Indonesia itu ya tinggi sekali. Tapi itu ciri-cirinya mereka itu sayang sekali, mereka tidak mampu mengembangkan pasar luar negeri, tidak mampu, akses saja tidak mampu, tidak ada informasi. Semuanya harus mulai dari informasi itu ya, mengenai siapa importir di sana ya. Dan tadi itu mereka punya ciri preference itu ya. Dan market trendnya sekarang bagaimana, pengetahuan mengenai information dan pengetahuan mengenai luar negeri itu ya, staf-staf di UKM ya, di Indonesia itu di khusus daerah mereka tidak tahu. Jadi itu kenapa tidak tahu? Tidak ada yang orang yang learned man ya, yang itu intelektual ya, yang tahu itu international business itu. Mereka tidak kerja di perusahaan UKM itu ya, dengan gajinya kecil ya. Jadi perlu pemerintah harus mendorongnya. Kalau tidak bisa. Dan kalau mereka mau ekspor itu juga harus ada ekspor ya, manpower ya, manpower, dan juga harus ada keuangan ya untuk membiayai mereka punya aktivitas pengembangan pasar luar negeri ya. Mereka harus partisipasi pada exhibition, pameran. Kalau sekali mau hadir pada pameran, biayanya tidak bisa lebih dengan 10-20 juta tidak bisa. Sekurang-kurangnya 50 juta atau 100 juta. Walaupun 2 orang pergi ya, biaya penerbangan, penginapan, ya juga iuran untuk bayar itu pameran. Jadi itu tanpa financial aid itu tadi dan juga bimbingan ya, guidance dari pemerintah UKM itu tidak mampu. Jadi maka kita harap itu ya peran yang mengenai hal ini ya, itu insidernya mereka sangat perlu. Ya begitu aja dulu. Dan ini sorry saya visualnya ini begitu ini banyak ini apa berubah-berubah. Jadi kesimpulannya begini. Saya kira sorry sebentar ya. Indonesia itu harus itu ada refleksi bahwa produk-produk Indonesia itu negara yang the largest Muslim country ya in the world ya. Tetapi produk-produk halal itu lebih banyak diproduksi di Amerika, Perancis, ya, Cina, Korea, Jepang, Thailand juga begitu ya. Jadi itu manufacturing capability itu ya harus itu ditingkatkan. Begitu. Dan tadi itu dan kedua itu kita harus ada dua tadi kita pengertian bahwa itu peran diaspora itu tahap pertama itu penting, tapi bukan hanya diaspora, orang asing yang tinggal di Indonesia ya, kerja di Indonesia, mereka itu juga bisa menjadi nanti apa purchaser itu ya, royal purchaser ya gitu. Dan terakhir itu ya peran pemerintah itu untuk UKM yang masih vulnerable ya dari segi finance dan juga manpower itu sangat penting. Dan juga kita harus itu Indonesia itu harus itu sebagai yang leading Muslim nation ya, Muslim majority nation, harus itu ada komitmen untuk kekuatannya, kebaikannya apa produk halal. Produk halal itu apa yang kekuatannya, khusus itu targeting itu non-Muslim ya, non-Muslim. Jadi kepada apa sudah Muslim itu di seluruh dunia itu sudah biasa itu ya pakai. Tapi saya harap itu cendekian Indonesia itu lebih itu komitmen ya, rasa mandat ya untuk apa membuat keterangannya apa yang kekuatannya produk halal, higienitas ya, kebersihan juga itu ya lebih hygiene ya, lebih bersih ya, juga enak begitu. Itu image citra halal produk itu ya harus itu dipromosi khusus kepada non Muslim begitu ya. Agar non Muslim juga memakai itu halal produk ya. Jadi lebih banyak. Gitu. Mudah-mudahan halal itu menjadi lifestyle bukan hanya Muslim tapi untuk non-Muslim. Terima kasih.
Thank you, Professor Kim, professor from Busan University of Foreign Studies, South Korea. So there are so many notes that I have, but let me, if you have questions, participants, you may ask directly in chat room or you may ask live. Okay, while we are waiting, I have taken notes that there are about 60,000 Indonesian people in South Korea, and among them, about 20,000 Muslims. And the most important thing, while we visit South Korea, there are some places like Myeongdong that offer halal products, and then this place is very attractive. That while we Indonesian visit South Korea, we have to visit Myeongdong, or we have to visit Dogu, if I'm not mistaken.
Daegu.
Yeah, Daegu, and etc. So, Professor, in your opinion, is there any specific agents? I mean, I have watched some Korean drama, and while I'm watching, there are certain scenes. The actor and the actress take kopiko in the middle of their journey, etc. So, I mean, there are any agents of marketings like actor or actress or whatever, in your opinion, Professor? Thank you.
Yeah, you also have seen, yeah, the Korean actresses taking the kopiko, yeah, from Indonesia. It's very encouraging, the scene. And I think we needed to focus on the method of marketing. Yeah, marketing. Yeah, you are talking about marketing Indonesian product, yeah, through offline shops like restaurants. Yeah, and also I think it's necessary now the recent trend of marketing method is through the social media, yeah, TikTok, YouTube, and also many are running the internet shopping mall also. Yeah, so, they are the agent for promoting Indonesian halal product. Okay.
Thank you. So we'll see in the chat room. Okay, there are one questions actually, Professor. What strategy is appropriate? What strategy is appropriate for entering halal market in Korea or in other countries where the majority is non-Muslims? What the strategy is appropriate? Yeah.
Yeah, as I mentioned already, in the first stage, maybe we expect the initiative by the diasporas in marketing halal product. Yeah, but not only the diaspora, but there are also a lot of potential halal product friendly consumers. Yeah, like the Koreans who once had lived in Korea, in Indonesia, or who once traveled around Indonesia while experiencing Indonesian culinary something. And then, as I mentioned also, your efforts in creating what a very favorable and then very persuading image of halal product. Is that kind of endeavor is very necessary. Thank you.
Yeah. Thank you, Professor. Diaspora in Korea. Okay. I see there are no more questions in chat room. Thank you, Professor Kim. Before we close this session, I would like to take a moment. Maybe we can take a photographs with the participants with on cam. Okay. Okay. Before we have. Okay. We will have a token of appreciation for Professor Kim. Okay, with all the participants on cam.
Thank you.
Okay, please give a very warm, full smile. Thank you, Professor Kim. Hopefully, I can visit Korea with box of super meat. Okay. Thank you for joining us in this international conference.
Yeah,
See you
thank you
again.
for everything. Yeah, bye-bye.
Bye. Okay. Now we will move to the the next plenary, but I will give the time for second plenary to the Master of Ceremony. Thank you and see you again.
Berdiri megah di kota pahlawan menjadi wadah para insan juara, merangkul semua kalangan, menciptakan kampus berbudaya, pelestari karya leluhur bangsa. Geliat toreh prestasi, kobarkan semangat juang kompetisi. Lahir dari basis kependidikan dan ilmu pengetahuan, Universitas Negeri Surabaya kini semakin mandiri dengan menyandang status perguruan tinggi berbadan hukum. Memiliki 5 kampus di Jawa Timur yang terintegrasi, UNESA siap menjangkau berbagai kalangan untuk dapat menempuh pendidikan tinggi. Kampus 1 UNESA berlokasi di Ketintang, Surabaya yang menjadi kampus tertua. Terdapat 6 gedung fakultas yang meliputi Fakultas Matematika dan Ilmu Pengetahuan Alam, Fakultas Teknik, Fakultas Ekonomika dan Bisnis, Fakultas Ilmu Sosial dan Ilmu Politik, Fakultas Hukum, serta Fakultas Vokasi. Kampus 2 UNESA berlokasi di Lidah Wetan, Surabaya, dengan 7 gedung utama, diantaranya Gedung Rektorat, Gedung Lembaga Pendidikan dan Sertifikasi Profesi, serta 5 gedung fakultas yang meliputi Fakultas Ilmu Pendidikan, Fakultas Bahasa dan Seni, Fakultas Ilmu Keolahragaan dan Kesehatan, Fakultas Kedokteran, Fakultas Psikologi, Pendidikan Profesi, serta Sekolah Pasca Sarjana. 2 kampus lain yang tersebar di Jawa Timur adalah Fakultas Ketahanan Pangan, berada di Kampus 3 UNESA, tepatnya di Jalan Profesor Dr. Mustopo, Surabaya. Kampus 4 UNESA berlokasi di Gedangan, Sidoarjo. Serta Kampus 5 UNESA yang berlokasi di Magetan, Jawa Timur.
Selamat datang di kampus Rumah Para Juara, Universitas Negeri Surabaya. Sebagai perguruan tinggi negeri berbadan hukum, UNESA terus menggali potensi terbaik anak bangsa, menempa para talenta gemilang, dan menjadi kampus yang ramah bagi semua kalangan. Kami percaya bahwa melalui pendidikan, peradaban dapat kokoh berdiri dengan menciptakan ruang inovasi, kreativitas, dan berdaya saing global. Memiliki program studi terakreditasi internasional maupun nasional. Kami berkomitmen memberikan pelayanan dan pendampingan bagi para mahasiswa dalam bidang akademik maupun non-akademik. Manu Umprit terbang di angkasa, terbang tinggi bersama rombongan. Ayo bangkit, wujudkan asa, bareng UNESA, satu langkah di depan.
Telah terakreditasi unggul secara kelembagaan, UNESA terus tingkatkan kualitas program studi pendidikan berstandar internasional melalui akreditasi ASIIN, ACAS, dan akreditasi FIBA-A. Terus tingkatkan pemeringkatan di tataran nasional maupun internasional. Universitas Negeri Surabaya juga kembangkan berbagai macam riset serta produk-produk inovatif. Rumah para juara berprestasi menjadikan UNESA wadah eksplorasi pengembangan soft skill dan hard skill. Bermitra dengan berbagai pihak, baik dalam skala nasional maupun internasional. Kerja keras ini akan terus berlanjut, wujudkan UNESA menjadi perguruan tinggi negeri terkemuka yang merdeka, berkelanjutan, dan ramah lingkungan di Indonesia.
Thank you to Mr. Tata Setiadi, MA. Ladies and gentlemen, next to the third plenary session, we welcome Professor Madya Dr. Anwar Alabicai from Universitas Sains Malaysia. The session will be moderated by Dr. Ramdhani, SHIMA. Dr. Ramdhani, the session is yours.
Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Good morning and very warm welcome to all participants of Icracos 2025. It is honor for me to serve as moderator. For today's distinguished session, we are especially privileged to have with us an esteemed speaker, Professor Madya Dr. Anwar Alabicai, whose work in the field of Islamic finance and social impact is both globally respected and academically transformative. Today, Prof. Anwar will share his insight, and I am confident that his presentation will stimulate rich discussion and broaden our intellectual horizon. Before we proceed, allow me to briefly introduce our speaker. Dr. Anwar Alabicai is an associate professor of University Sains Malaysia and a recognized expert in Islamic finance with research interests spanning wakaf, zakat, takaful, microcredit, and poverty alleviation. He earned his PhD in Islamic finance from IIUM and held an MBA from USM. a bachelor degree in finance and a diploma banking from UITM. He has served as principal investigator for numerous research grants for both internationally and nationally, particularly focused on development of Wakaf model of an Islamic social finance. His scholarly work has been widely published in ISI and Scopus Index Journal, including International Journal of Islamic and Middle Eastern Finance Management and the Journal of Islamic Marketing. Prof. Anwar is also a keynote and invite speaker at international forum across Malaysia, Indonesia, Morocco, Japan, and Brunei, and he received multiple awards, including highly recommend comment, Emerald Literary Award, and Best Paper Award. In leadership role, he has served as head of Islamic Finance section at USM, led research cluster, and currently manages strategic research and training program. He is also active in supervision and consultancy, helping mentor numerous postgraduate students and contribute to National Islamic Finance Initiative. Let us now welcome Professor Madya Dr. Anwar Al-Hafizai. Good morning, Prof. And to deliver his presentation, the floor is yours, Prof.
Thank you very much. Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. My brother, my friends, Professor Ramdhani, thank you for the introduction about myself. I really humble. Of course, there are a lot of things that in the research that we can look for the call. I would like to welcome all the participants as well as the distinguished speaker for the esteemed International Conference on Research and Academic Community Services, is also known as Icracos. All right. So basically, the theme of this esteemed conference is about enhancing food security, innovations, and education for sustainable development and global well-being. And I believe that in this morning, we also have two distinguished speakers who have shared about the relevant topic on related to this theme of this conference. So looking into this opportunity, I would like to also provide my sharing today related to the impact of innovation of instrument on the sustainability of education system globally. So before I start my presentation, so this is the screen of my. Before I start, I would like just to ask to Prof. Ramdhani, does my voice is clear? And also, can you see the slide? Prof. Ramdhani?
Okay, Prof.
Yeah,
yes.
Is my voice is clear and the slide is also visible?
Yes, visible, Prof. It's okay.
All right, thank you very much for the confirmations. So this is the so-called that the issue or the research which I have been working in for the past 10 years. And Professor Ramdhani is also one of the my colleague in research that also look in terms of this Wakaf instrument. All right. So as been mentioned by the chair of this session, my name is Anwar bin Al-Hafizai. I will be at the moment I am at the School of Management, University of Science Malaysia, as a head of department for finance and Islamic finance. So today is basically I would like to give my sharing from the context of how would be the Wakaf instrument able to provide a sustainable into the education system. Doesn't matter whether it is in Malaysia, it is in the Indonesia and in the global. Just to give some historical background of this Wakaf instrument, this is not a new instrument or innovation instrument. I would say that Wakaf is a very classical instrument, all right? Wakaf is a classical instrument which is already been practiced since the era of Prophet Muhammad, peace be upon him. All right. So the concept of wakaf is not something to say that exists in the contemporary way of the thinker, but it has been from the civilization of Islam, where we can see that the wakaf instrument become one of the important instrument for the economic tools that impact on the macro developments. All right. So I believe that everyone understand how these wakaf instrument become very important in the so-called that the development of the civilization. And today we can see that most of the students in the world, they are eager to make sure that they go for higher education. All right. In this world, there are only two so-called from my
Sorry, Prof.
perspective outcome
Okay,
where
no,
number one,
your voice not good,
yeah,
Prof. Okay, sorry.
okay, okay,
Okay,
can you hear me?
okay.
Can,
Yeah,
can you
yes,
hear me?
yes, clear. Okay,
All right.
clear.
Okay, thank you, sir. All right, thank you, Prof. Okay, in this today's world, we have only two outcomes for an individual. Number one, they're born to be rich. Number two, they're born to be a poor. All right. So in the society, basically, it's divided into two. As I mentioned earlier, whether they're born to be rich or they're born to be poor.
Sorry, Prof.
All right.
Your voice is not clear.
So the rich basically
Oh,
they do have proper support in their life, which have purpose, in so called yeah, yeah, okay. I think the goes much to that and okay, maybe
sorry, Prof.
now is it Prof? Can you hear
Not
my
clear.
voice?
Maybe you can turn off your video, maybe for the strength signal. Oh, oh, sorry. We set our notice here, and we'll try to connect with him.
Sorry, I think we have some internet. Is it okay?
Okay, this is clear.
Allahumma salli ala Sayyidina
Okay.
Muhammad. Sincerely apologize.
Okay.
Astaghfirullahaladzim.
Okay. Okay. Yeah. Okay. Please continue, Prof.
All right. Sincerely apologizing some issue with the connection here. All right. I was the from my that this day is basically two outcomes. People that are born either not be a poor or they born rich people, right? And in order to be rich people, take so-called disrespect, it will be more easier compared people who born as well. All right. However,
Okay. We still waiting from connection with Prof. Anwar Olapitsai. Okay. Okay, Prof. Yeah. Okay, Prof. Anwar.
Prof.
Okay, Prof. Are you here?
From the Danny, are you
Oh
there?
yeah. Okay.
Ya, saya rasa ada sedikit glitch di sini ya. Ya, okay, your mic. Okay, saya share di. Boleh dengar ya?
Okay. Prof, maybe we can share your screen from us.
Ya. Also possible.
Okay. Okay.
Hmm.
Okay, which I share your screen.
Okay. Can we go to the second slide? Okay.
Okay.
Baik. Terima kasih ya. Alright.
Yes.
So earlier just now I was talking about the system that we have in today's world is about how an individual born to be a poor and how an individual born to be a rich people. All right. From the Islamic perspective, we see that Daruriya, Hajia, or Taksinia, those called that individual born to be what they call it, rich people, they are in a better so-called that treatment for them in terms of education, life, and also fulfilling their needs. But when we talk about the poor people is basically they expect to change their life to be a better in terms of their affordability, in terms of their financial help. The key will be the educations. All right. So the education need to be something that available for everyone in order for them to get the best education and at the same time change their life to be a better in terms of their income. All right. So, but in today's world, we can see is that the global education landscape has been changed due to the increase of the cost of the fee, increase of the cost of educations. So that is the reason why we see is that there are many students that could not, especially the poor student, could not go to the higher education because they don't have financial assistance for them to be in the higher education. So this is something that need to be relooked again. But in the past, we can see that the Wakaf system has supported many higher education, such as Al-Azhar institution. Then in the Western country, we can see the amount of endowment is being used to support like Harvard University that provide education for everyone. So, however, in today's world, the problem still is there because we no longer implementing the Wakaf system in the society. Next slide. All right. So when we talk about Wakaf, why I start this with the Wakaf, I believe that everyone know what is Wakaf. However, there are some a generation gap. Some generation, they have implemented Wakaf actively. After that, some generation has left the practice of Wakaf. And when they left the practice of Wakaf, basically the new generation may not understand what is Wakaf. All right. Based on my research at the moment, I see is that people still confuse between Wakaf and Zakat. All right. But when we talk about Wakaf, Wakaf is basically is an Islamic endowment of property. Okay, this property can be fall under tangible property or intangible property that to be held in the trust and used for a charitable or religious purpose. So once it is established, it remain intact, perpetual. All right. So in the historically, we can see that for centuries, wakaf has been instrumental in developing communities, enhancing public infrastructure, as well as supporting education through the Islamic world. What makes the wakaf different with the other instruments? So the core principle of wakaf is basically wakaf, it must be perpetual, means that it must be a permanent dedications. Number two, it is inalienability, means that the asset which is been given as a wakaf cannot be sold. All right. And number three is about the community benefit or orientations. Basically, it is the service to the public good, means that wakaf is not is transferred to someone. All right. It must be in a general public maslahah. All right. Next slide, please. Okay. This is the so-called that wakaf in the context of the education. Historically, we can see that the University Al-Azhar, that we have Qarawa'in University in Morocco, which is earlier than Al-Azhar. Then after that, we do have in Baghdad, which is the Nizamiya. So all these institution is basically is being established by using this wakaf endowment. So in the past, all these so-called that old and established university, they basically do not depend on the government fund, but it is based on the charitable, all right, charitable asset for the establishment of this university. And what will be the local impact? There will be thousands of madrasas or the schools throughout the Islamic world were financed through this dedicated wakaf property. All right. The beauty of this structure of wakaf, number one, it does not have high expenses, all right, because the infrastructure of that respective education institution is supported based on the donations, all right. So therefore, this institution, they may not incur higher costs compared to other institutions which is developed based on the loan-based or government budgeted fund, which is require a lot of borrowing in order for them to build the institution. And any borrowing basically is going to be impact to pay back to the respective borrowers. All right, next slide. So, expanding traditions. So, in the past, we see that the in the form of see the examples in Malaysia, examples in Indonesia. I would say is that Indonesia has moved very fast in terms of the management of cash wakaf, and they are really innovative in terms of how the wakaf can be expanded into various innovative models. For examples, that the cash wakaf has been used in the financial securities, and the wakaf or property can be used for the intellectual property and patent. Now we also have in Malaysia one of the big company, they provide corporate cash wakaf, and now we can see the development of fintech. The wakaf also moving towards the digital asset and technological infrastructure. All right. Very soon we can see that how this donation, voluntary donations such as wakaf, can be relevant in the context of the productive wakaf, green wakaf, and digital wakaf. I would say that for those who are in the research area for your undergraduate or for your master's or PhD, this area of research can be further explored in your project paper, or even the lecturers is myself also now looking in terms of the green wakaf, how the green wakaf can be further so-called that become the instrument can be implemented, and also at the same time it provide a very sustainable investment for the country. All right. So next slide. Okay, now let's we look the relevance of these wakaf in the context of the sustainable development goal. Of course, number one, when we talk about this educational wakaf, it do have direct impact to SDG number one, which is no poverty. All right. So at the moment, I am in a workshop in USM now. We are doing a strategic plan how the USM can be champion in SDG. For example, in 2024, last year, and 2025, USM has been champion in 3 SDG. Number one, SDG no poverty. Number two is SDG 16 on the justice and peace. And number 3 is on the SDG 17, partnership in goal. So today is basically when, before this keynote speak, I was in the workshop that we are brainstorming in terms of how USM can further champion in the SDG. And one of the initiatives that we are now looking in our institution is to explore the instrument of wakaf, how this instrument of wakaf can further boost the university evidence in terms of fulfilling the sustainable development goal. So in the research that we are going to conduct when we talk about wakaf, it is highly significant and relevant to the SDG. So I would say that those students or lecturers or academicians that conducting research by using the instrument of wakaf, basically you guys can link your research outcome with the SDG goals. So it is highly significant, and it will be your own wakaf or cash wakaf or wakaf property can be contributed to the criteria of SDG. All right. So next slide. Okay, this is a case study. Some of the case study that we can see is that the King Abdullah University Science and Technology and Jordan's Community Knowledge and Center. And this is some of the two examples. I believe that even in Indonesia, there will be a lot of centers which is also being established in Wakaf. And in Malaysia also we do have like IIUM and a lot of some of the scholars from your university also they are graduated from IIUM, so they can see is that in Malaysia IIUM become one of the successful model in Malaysia that been established by using these wakaf and also endowment fund. Next slide. So in Malaysia landscape, this is the some of the innovation or the practices at the moment, how the Malaysia University, they integrate the cash wakaf in the university. For example, myself in USM, I am currently advising the Center of Wakaf in USM. So at the moment, we are digitalizing the collection or raising for cash wakaf, and we can see that there are a lot of participation from the Muslim as well as from the non-Muslim also participating to give cash wakaf. All right. So beside looking at our own community, we also need to see in terms of the strategic collaboration, how the strategic collaboration is between the university with the wakaf institution as well as with the multinational companies. There are many multinational companies nowadays that is providing CSR fund. So now we can target to all Muslim or Sharia compliant organization that can provide the cash wakaf from their company, from their institution to our university. So we are in the higher education, we can use that cash wakaf for the development of research grant. So it can have a lot of students, as well as providing scholarship, research funding, and also not limited to the infrastructure development project to the students or to the community of USM. Next slide. So this so-called that one of the initiative at the moment that we have in my university, digital innovation in Wakaf management. So as we know that there are a lot of students in our respective university, and most of them after they graduate, we are going to lose the relationship or keep in touch with them. So in order for us to be so-called that close to them, we need to reach them by having a mobile application. So this mobile application is about going to reach to every staff as well as student and the graduates, the alumni, which they can donate cash directly by using the apps, mobile apps in the. This is the only way that I feel that we can reach to the mass of the people. If, for example, in my case in USM, we have about 200,000 graduates. Maybe later our colleagues also can share how many graduates that they have in their university. So 200,000 alumni is basically the potential people who can donate the cash wakaf to the university. All right. How do we reach them? Of course, we need to have a very so-called that innovative models. We need to move from the traditional models into a modern model such as a digital platform, blockchain applications, and also crowdfunding wakaf. So all kind of these digital innovation, it will increase and also boost the collection of cash wakaf. And at the same time, it also increase the trust and the relationship between the universities and their alumni. Next slide. Okay, so at the moment, we can see the green wakaf. Solar become one of the things that at the moment the global is moving. All right. So I can see is that last year in 2023, 2024 in USM, we now moving towards a 100% solar base. All right. As we know that when we are going to move to this solar base, is going to incur cost to the university. All right. So in order for us to transform the green energy in the university, therefore the university have started to publish a wakaf solar initiative in the university. Wakaf Solar University initiative is basically to raise fund from the people, from the company, from the community of USM to donate wakaf for the solar. All right. So we have successfully installed all the solar in each of the roof of the faculty at the moment in USM by using hybrid funding, of course. And one of the instrument is being used by the university is about using the wakaf. So people who have given the wakaf, basically the wakaf has been used to purchase solar. So this is one of the initiative that can be used as a wakaf. And that's the reason why I say that wakaf is a very powerful tool because it has a long-term effect to the community and the society. And it is important for us to identify what are the best initiatives that can be attracted at the current situation and current trend. So that's the reason why we at the USM, we choose the solar system can be supported from the cash wakaf. Okay, next slide, please. All right, so this is some of the economic impact to the higher education institution. Wakaf, of course, since that the wakaf does not have ownership, it is more towards the, funding the people in the mass. Therefore, in terms of the financial sustainability benefit, it creates perpetual income stream independent of economic of scale. It means that we borrow, we need to pay back. But wakaf, usually we doesn't pay back. It is going to be in form of donation. Number two, it reduces the dependence on government funding and tuition fee. All right. So the institution can be independent, can be autonomy when they have their own strong wakaf amount of money. Number three, enable long-term planning and also institutional autonomy, as I mentioned earlier. Then support specialized research and program that may not attract commercial funding. And last but not least, it's allow institution to maintain educational quality during financial downturn. All right. So if government fund or tuition fee, but the moment that they are financial downturn, then the institution is going to be affected. All right. Next slide. So social impact. These are the social impact in form of the community empowerment. Number one, wakaf in the local governance. Then number two, in terms of the skills developments. And number four, in terms of the financial inclusion. So when we talk about this social impact, wakaf has evidence in the historical that able to achieve all these four community empowerment. Next slide. Oh, I know that everybody understand it's not easy. We are having a lot of challenges, but how we are going to overcome the barriers from the policy as well as the governance reform. Number one, in terms of the regulatory modernization, so we need to look in terms of our regulation in our country. For example, in Malaysia, is different compared to other countries. In Malaysia, it is more like it's a state-based compared to federal-based. So every state in Malaysia, they are the sole trustee of the wakaf practices. However, they can basically work together to achieve the one objective. Number two, capacity building. In the first slide, I mentioned that there are people still could not understand the differences between wakaf, zakat, infaq, and other instruments. So we need to train our talent to ensure that they have the knowledge to see, as well as they are also able to look from a modern investment management. And number three, strategic partner. When we are going to do these strategic partnership with other who can provide a synergy to our initiative to be better. For example, that the wakaf must be also work with the private wakaf investment. So this is two things that we need to look how the government and the private should work together in order for them to manage more effective wakaf managements. Next slide. All right, integrating wakaf into university strategic plan. All right, so we know that how can we bring the strategy to the university? It depends. If our top management are what they call it, governance integration, they need to make sure that the wakaf spirit need to be in their governance integration. For example, establishing dedicated wakaf unit within the university. All right, we need to have our own special unit in the university. Number two, including wakaf specialists on board. All right, like Prof. Ramdhani should be in the board. All right, so he is doing research in wakaf, so he should be there to provide his opinion from the research. Then number three, developing specialized metrics for measuring wakaf impact. All right, so at the end of the day, all the initiative that we have done through wakaf, it must be there to be measured. Then in terms of the strategic management, a long-term investment strategic, then diversify wakaf portfolio, and last but not least, integrating wakaf planning. So strategic asset planning, asset management is to look the current and the future, how it can be further so-called that improvised, as well as in terms of efficiency need to be strengthened from year to year. Next slide. So this is the future opportunities, all right? We can see that the Islamic financial engineering, so there are a lot of innovation can be done. How we can link green sukuk bond for sustainable education, wakaf link with the impact investment fund, then hybrid wakaf model combining with permanent and temporary endowment. At the moment, we can see in Malaysia the acceptance of the temporary endowment. Then digital transformation such as AI, artificial intelligence, powered wakaf asset optimization, then tokenized wakaf share allowing fractional ownership, for example, that we have digital currency, then smart contract automating for fund distribution, and global collaboration. We want to see that the wakaf is no longer working in our own country. It must go out from Malaysia to Singapore, Singapore to Indonesia, Indonesia to Brunei. So all the Muslim countries have to take this opportunity by using this instrument to help each other, because wakaf is an instrument that has no ownership. Means that it can go to anyone, any society, which had the objective to help them. And next slide. So vision of the global education sustainability, of course, the least generation of the impact. Number 2, global network, financial resilience, quality of resources, and last but not least, the ultimate aim, number 1, is the inclusive access. Means that we are going to reach everyone, regardless to their social economic status. The education is for them. So there is no restricted, there is no barriers or constraint to people to study in the higher education due to the costs, all right? So all costs should be bear from this wakaf instrument. Next. So call for action, what can we do? This is, I will say that a lot of grants can be done. The policymaker, the university, and the communities. So the policymaker modernize the legal framework to accommodate innovation wakaf model. We cannot be too strict. Number 2, create the tax incentive. All right, we need to attract more people to give wakaf. At the same time, they will get tax incentive. Then establish regulatory sandboxes for testing new wakaf instruments. So this is R&D. So the university, of course, integrate wakaf into institutional strategic planning. Then develop specialized expert in wakaf management, collaborate with Islamic finance institution for optimal asset management. For the communities, what should we do with the community? Participate in wakaf governance to ensure educational relevance. So we need to bring the communities to understand, all right? Then contribute through the innovation wakaf, micro wakaf platform, and advocate for educational wakaf development in local context. Next slide. So the conclusion, this will be my last slide. I hope that I should stop my presentation, but this inshallah will be my last slide. The wakaf innovation imperative, of course, at the end of the day, we wanted to have a self-sustaining educational ecosystem, community-centered funding model, all right? It's not capitalism, all right? Community-centered funding model is the against to the capitalism model. And integration educational impact. So moving forward, of course, today the conference, we are here to challenge the knowledge. We are here to explore a new knowledge. Therefore, research partnership, exploring new innovation wakaf model, policy dialogue on enablement of educational wakaf initiative. Maybe to later more two-way communication to understand about the ideas or new ideas that we get from these today's conference. All right. Is there any more slide? Next slide. Thank you very much, Prof. Ramdhani. Sincerely apologize for the glitch earlier, and I took additional 4 minutes, which I need to stop earlier for my presentations. So I hope that during the Q&A session later, we can have a discussion, and also we can look what are the potentials that we can get from this conference. Thank you very much, Prof. Ramdhani. So I give back the session to the handsome moderator.
Okay,
Yeah,
Prof.
Prof.
Thank you. Thank you very much, Professor Madya Dr. Anwar Allah Bichai, for that insightful and thought-provoking presentation. You have provided us with a wealth of knowledge and perspective, and I'm sure many of us inspired to reflect further on the project. I will point of the presentation. First, Wakaf is form of Islamic endowment that support public good, especially education. Historically, major Islamic universities like Al-Azhar and Qawarin were built and sustained through Wakaf, and today, cash Wakaf and digital Wakaf platform, apps, blockchain, crowdfunding are making it easier for people to contribute. And in Malaysia, university like USM use Wakaf to fund scholarship, research, and infrastructure. Wakaf have achieved SDGs like ending poverty, improving education, and building sustainable communities. New idea like Green Wakaf support, eco-friendly campus, and environmental education. Wakaf can reduce reliance on tuition and government fund, offering long-term financial stability for education. And to succeed, Wakaf needs strong policy, trained professional, and collaboration with economic communities and private sector. Now, we would like to open the floor for a question and answer session for all participants joining us via Zoom. Please feel free to type your question in the chat box or use the raise hand feature, and I will unmute your microphone so you can speak directly. We encourage everyone to take this opportunity to engage with our keynote speaker, especially if you have questions related to Islamic social finance, Wakaf, innovation, and any topic discussed today. Let's begin. Do we have the first question? Okay, I will maybe in the chat book, Prof.
Yeah.
First question.
Yes.
From Yan Putra Timur. Maybe you know, you have ever written with him with the article.
Mashallah, sir.
Okay.
He is the expert.
Okay, I will read the question. Thank you, Associate Professor Anwar Allah Bichai, for the excellent and example lecture. I would like to raise a question related to Wakaf and food security, which align with the main theme of Icracos. We all acknowledge that Wakaf must be governed with strong principle of integrity and accountability, as the principle must be preserved and should not be diminished. In recent years, a growing discussion in Indonesia has focused on utilizing Wakaf-based scheme to finance the agriculture sector. However, the agriculture sector remains highly volatile and exposed to various risks such as climate change, escalating input costs, and unpredictable market price. In light of this challenge, I would sincerely appreciate your recommendation on how Wakaf-based agriculture financing can be structured to minimize risk, ensuring that the Wakaf principle remain intact while still delivering stable return. Thank you. Maybe you can answer the question, Prof.
All right. So my recommendation, I think that I can share some of the initiative in Malaysia, but the what do you call it? The global infrastructure between Malaysia and Indonesia is a little bit different. All right. So in terms of climate change, all right. So that's the reason why we can see the risk face in Malaysia compare the risk is shared by Indonesia is different, okay, due to the geographical differences. All right. So maybe that one
Sorry, Rob.
to the country.
We,
That
okay.
is my voice. Is there? Yeah. Can you hear my voice?
Okay, okay. Okay, clear.
Can you hear my voice? Okay.
Okay.
Okay. So thank you, sir. Okay. So it's truly mentioned by our colleagues that Prof. Yan, basically the wakaf principle we need to be maintained. For example, the cash wakaf. But in the context of agriculture in Malaysia, we focus on istibdal concept. Istibdal concept means that the cash wakaf which is being given for the specific industry like agriculture, we are going to convert into a fixed asset. For examples that the cash wakaf which is being generated in ringgit Malaysia of 100,000. So that 100,000 is used to purchase the what do you call it, the asset used for agriculture. For example, the machines or the trucks. All right. So this is the what do you call it, more I would say that fastest way for us to contribute for agriculture, because agriculture is very unique compared to other industry. So agriculture, we need to act fast because sometimes we wanted to make sure that we need to cultivate the what they call it, the farmers according to the time of the period in the year. All right. So sometimes we need to make sure that the fruits that we can get from the activities need to be start today. So if we invest the money of cash wakaf, then the return of cash wakaf is used for the agriculture. It will take time, all right? But it can be a long-term initiative. But the short-term initiative, the best for the agriculture industry is to use concept of istibdal, all right? Istibdal means that we raise the cash wakaf, then the cash wakaf is used to purchase any fixed asset that can be used in the agriculture industry, or we can also promote to the people to give fixed asset as a wakaf for the agriculture. So that is the agriculture, what do you call it, scenario, if we wanted to so-called that use as a wakaf for agriculture. So that is some of my humble observation and feedback to our colleague Prof. Yan. So I'll give back the session to, I think, Prof. Ramdhani. Maybe I can go to question number 2. Question number 2 is from Rahma, is it?
Rahma Indradini. Okay. I will
Okay.
the question. How does
It's
the
okay.
integration okay? How does the
Maybe
integration of technology such as blockchain or AI enhance transparency and efficiency in wakaf-based educational funding? And number 2, what cybersecurity challenge might arise from digitalization wakaf instrument for education, and how can they be mitigated? Okay, Prof.
All right. So, okay. Thank you very much, Prof. Ramdhani. This is the AI, yeah. So this is the AI. I would say is that area of discipline. I always learned about this new discipline. Of course, AI it has a productive way for us to promote wakaf. It has its own strength in terms of reaching to the people, because most of the people today, the generation now, especially the generation millennial and above, they are today living with the AI technology. All right, so they learn AI for education, they learn AI for social media. Now it's time for us to promote AI with the wakaf. All right, so this AI is basically going to be another platform for the people to understand about the educational system can be fun by using wakaf. So how it can be in terms of the transparency, in terms of reporting, and also in terms of the strategy. All right. So AI can do a lot of beautiful projection to reach individual in fastest way. All right. So if we see in today's world, if we have all the information, but we require the advanced tools for us to analyze. So AI basically can be the solution for us to understand more advanced method in order for us to make the AI in the context of wakaf. Number two, the cyber security challenges. Of course, anything that related to the technology, the risk of cyber security is always there. So therefore, we require the best talent in the cyber security to be in the wakaf institution. So wakaf institution today about having
Prof.
all the ustads. So it's like background.
Sorry, Prof.
Okay, Prof, can you hear
Maybe
my
is poor.
voice?
Okay. Okay. Maybe you can turn off your video. The signal is poor.
Prof, can you
Okay.
hear my voice?
Yes.
Yeah. Can you hear? All right. Sorry. Okay.
Okay.
So, okay. Is it okay? Can you hear me?
Oh yes. Okay.
Can
Okay,
you
Prof.
hear me?
It's clear. Yes, this is
Allahumma
clear.
salli ala
Okay.
Muhammad.
Please.
So, okay. Yes. All right. Prof, can you hear me?
Yes. Yes. Okay.
Oh, my God. Okay.
Okay, maybe.
Okay. Thank you very much.
Okay, Prof. Yes. Okay, maybe this is the last question, Prof. Okay, this is from Firda Amalia.
Boleh dengar ya?
Okay, as a young generation living in a globalized world, how can we have spread awareness about wakaf not only in Muslim countries but globally? Okay, please, Prof.
Okay. Thank you very much. Thank you very much. Okay, this is a very interesting question. So, number one, everybody is doing this initiative by writing good papers, research papers. So, I believe Prof. Dani and team are doing good job in terms of research. Other, other people. So, is our intention now is to create more innovation in wakaf so it can attract more people to understand and also practice wakaf in today's world. All right. So don't stop doing research. Wakaf is a very high potential issue that can be explored. I hope that everybody will continue to do research in this area. Okay, thank you very much, Prof. Ramdhani. I give back the
Okay.
session to you.
Okay, Prof. And this is we have the certificate of appreciation. Okay, that presenting by the committee. Maybe we can display the certificate. Certificate of appreciation present to Professor Madya Dr. Anwar Ambah Pichai from University Sains Malaysia in sincere appreciation of your outstanding contribution as a keynote speaker at international conference Research and Academic Community Service Icracos 2025. Okay, thank you, Prof. Thank you for your time, and I really appreciate of your time. Okay,
Thank you very
Assalamualaikum
much.
warahmatullahi wabarakatuh.
Waalaikumsalam warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Thank you,
Thank
everyone.
you, Prof. Okay, thank you, Prof.
Okay.
Okay, we'll be back to Master of Ceremony.
Thank you to Dr. Ramdhani. Ladies and gentlemen, finally we proceed to the fourth plenary session, derived by Adi Lukas Kurniawan, PhD, from University of Bonn, Germany, moderated by Mrs. Raisha, STP, MTP, MSc. Please, Mrs. Raisha, the floor is yours.
Thank you, Master of Ceremony. In this season, I'm Raisa and I will be your moderator. Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Good morning from Indonesia and warm greetings to everyone. It's a great honor for me to be the moderator in this season, accompanying one Indonesian scientist of nutrition and environmental health, Mr. Adi Lukas Kurniawan, PhD. Mr. Lukas is nutritionist epidemiologist with more than 5-year experience in utilizing data-driven insight to improve population health outcomes and drive evidence-based policies, with most main his research topic about dietary pattern analysis, nutrition and planetary health, nutrition and climate change adaptation strategies, and children and adolescent health. Now, he is one of a senior research currently affiliated with a Center of Development Research at the University of Bonn, Germany. So in this season, he will deliver presentation with title Planetary Health Diet as Sustainable Diet for Food Security, Human and Environmental Health. So now, please let us warmly welcome Mr. Adi Lukas Kurniawan, PhD. So Mr. Lukas, can you hear me?
Yes, can you hear me?
So can you hear me clearly?
Yes, can you hear me clearly as well?
Yes, I can hear you clearly. So how are you?
I'm doing very great, thank you. And thank you for the invitation.
You're welcome. As I know, there is a really early morning, if I'm not mistaken, is it right?
Yes, we have now like 6:10 a.m.
And
That's
now
okay.
here is 11 a.m. So I wish you can start your day with I think your title is a little bit heavy, so it can be a good day for you to start. So, before I invite you to begin, I would like to remind all participants that if you have any question, please feel free to write them in the chat box. So, Mr. Lucas, like keynote speaker before you, you have 30 minutes for explanation and presentation. And then after that, we have 15 minutes for us to discuss and maybe answer any question from the participants. So without any further ado, if you're ready, the time is yours.
Okay, thank you. So let me share my screen. See if I... While I'm talking, I will just turn off my video to save the bandwidth and in order to you hear me clearly. Yes, so yeah, can you see the full screen?
Yes, I can see the full screen.
Okay, yeah. So I will start. Yeah, thank you first of all for the nice introduction and yeah, for the invitation that have been given to me. Now for today's, I will talk about like a planetary health diet as a sustainable diet, a potential solution for food security, climate change mitigation, and adaptation. So for today, I will mostly talk about this outline. So I will give you understanding about what is the food and nutrition security, and then I will give you an understanding about what is the food security and what is the food system and what is the impact of food system to the environment. And in this part, environment, I will mostly talk about the climate change. And then the third, I will give you understanding about what is the climate change on the agriculture and to our nutrition and vice versa. So what is the impact of the climate, what is the impact of the nutrition and agriculture to the climate change as well? And then what is the potential solution which is like in this day, I will focus on the sustainable diet. And then every solution always have the challenge. So next part, I will talk about the challenge in implementing the planetary health diet as a sustainable diet. And then I will a little bit introduce about what is our research group work in this topic. So let's begin. So actually, right to food is a part of the human right, because it's already mentioned in the Article 25 during the United Nations in 1948, during the resolution of the General Assembly and the Universal Declaration of Human Rights. So you can see in the Article 25 that I highlighted in the yellow color. So everyone has the right of a standard living for their health and well-being, and this health and well-being is including food. So actually, right to food, like right to have a food, is a part of the human right. And it's again mentioned during the United Nations International Covenant on Economic, Social, and Cultural Rights in 1999 in the Article 11, which is like the right of to adequate food is realized when every man, woman, and child alone or in community with others has physical and economical access at all times to adequate food. So if an individual group is not exercise the right to food, it's not like it's responsibility of the government that must take action. So what is the food security and what is make it different between food security and nutrition security? So actually food security means that all people and at all times have a physical, social, and economical access to sufficient, safe, and nutritious food that also meet their dietary needs and preference for an active and healthy life. So what is different with nutrition security? So actually nutrition security mostly talk about like the consistent access to a nutritious food that promote optimal health and well-being throughout all stage of life. So if I can give you like a diagram, like to image like what is the link of nutrition security and food security. So actually in nutrition security also talk about the food security and also the diet quality and equity. So in the other word, so food security is, we talk mostly about having enough calories, but nutrition security is not only having enough calories, but having the right calories for all stage of life. In 1996, FAO, like Food Agriculture Organization, defined food security as is achieved if adequate food, which is a quantity, quality, safety, social, cultural acceptability, is available and accessible for and satisfactorily utilized by all individuals at all times to live healthy and happy lives. So if we talk about the food security, there is a four like a pillar or like four domain that like define the food security. First is the availability, and the second is like stability, and the third is accessibility, and the fourth is utilization based on the FAO definition. So let me quickly like describe what is the four main domains of the food security. First is like availability. So availability mostly talk about like the sufficient quantities of food or like food production must be available to feed all the population. And the availability mostly talk about the physical existence of food. So it's mainly defined by like how many crop production we have, whether we have a sufficient water use and food stock, food aid, it's all is a factor of the availability. And then the second is like the accessibility. So accessibility is mostly like to have access to food. So it's cover the ability of us as a consumers to secure food procurement in the marketplace. So what is the factor that associate the food accessibility? Of course, is like our income, because to access the food, it's depend on the income and then the price of the food, and whether the food distribution is good or not, transport of the food, market infrastructure, and in some country also there is a gender issue that associated with the access of food. And the third is a stability. So stability is typically linked to the vulnerability context and risk factor that can negatively impact the food availability or access to food over time. So in this domain, like food stability, usually we talk about like weather variability, whether there is like inflation or price fluctuation, political factor that can also affect the food stability, and also economic factor that can also affect the food stability. And then the fourth is like a food utilization. Food utilization is mostly refers to the capacity of our body, like human body, to absorb safe and nutritious food that required for our health. So it's always take into account the individual's nutrition needs, because the utilization is talking about how our body and our nutrition need. So that's why the factor that associated for the food utilization is mostly related to our food and nutrition knowledge, to our like how we prepare food and our nutrition behavior, or like cultural tradition, because each culture have like how they utilize the food is different to each other, and also the food safety and also the hygiene of the food, because hygiene of the food also can affect our like individual nutrition need. So this is these are four main domains when we talk about the food security. So keep this domain in mind because it will link to the definition of what is the sustainable diet. Because later on, when we talk about sustainable diet, we also talk about will also meet these four main domains of the food security. So next, why food security is very important. So let me give you some data or prevalence of the people around the world that still have moderate and severe food insecurity. So if you see here in the left-hand side, this is the share of the population that still have a moderate or severe food insecurity. Means that they still don't have the access to food. Food availability is low, the food stability is also low, and food utilization is also low. So if you see, many of them are living in this sub-Saharan Africa and also part of the Asia. And this one is the number of the people in the right-hand side is the number of the people that have also moderate and severely food insecure. So if you see, it's mostly the higher the darker the color is, the higher the population that still have food insecure. So if you can see, all of so we call it the global south of the world, which is Africa, Southeast Asia, still have and South America still have a lot of number of the people in their population still have a high prevalence to have severe food insecurity. So why food security is matter? It's really a good connection, good bridge between food insecurity when we talk about food security or nutrition security to the environment. Because if you can see here, one of the drivers of food insecurity is climate change. The other is economic factor and also political and social factor. And the third important drivers or factor that associated to the food insecurity is our environment, which is in here the climate change. So this a picture give you a connection. What is the relationship between our food system to the environment? So if food system always start with the food supply, because we get the food, it start from the food production, food transportation, food processing, agriculture. It's all talk about the food supply. And then food environment, it's the food security domain that I talk about. And then all the food system here will define our diet. And our diet will define how it will have a relationship or it associated with our a nutrition and health. Our diet will define whether we will have a chronic disease or foodborne disease. But our diet also will define whether it associated with the environment. Here, all these phenomena, for example, greenhouse gases emission, air pollution, rising temperature, rising sea level, it's all part of the climate change. So this picture, as I mentioned, it give you a good understanding about how our food system associated with the food behavior or diet that we eat, and our diet can also associated with not only to our health but also to the, if I can say, environmental health. So just to give you a brief understanding what is the climate change. So if we talk about climate change, we talk about not only a weather, but it's a climate. So what is a climate? Climate is a statistical description of the weather. It can be a change of temperature, change of precipitation, but this change must be occur in a long period, so at least 30 years. So nowadays, most of the factor that contribute to climate change is mostly a human made. So it means us as a human that create a climate change. So what is the human factor that contribute to climate change that produced by human? So mostly like a 65%, you see in the picture in the right-hand side, mostly is 65% is because of the carbon dioxide due to the industrial process, which is like the agriculture and food production is part of this result. And then the second one is like the almost 16% is the methane. And then the other is like nitrous oxide. So all of this we call it like greenhouse gas emission or GHGE. So let's take one example of the sign of the climate change, which is like a tattoo. On the left hand view, example of the change of temperature change, and in the right hand side is the word. So for Germany, if you can see here in the late, like around early year of 19,000. So you see like we still have like a minus change of temperature. But if you compare in the early 19 to the early 20, we now have like a positive temperature change. It means like the temperature in Germany, it's like getting increasing year by year. And this should be not happen like in the Central Europe or the Northern Europe, because as you know, like Central Europe and Northern Europe is mostly like the climate is mostly like cool or like cold. So they projected like in around 2050 or even in 2100, we will not have, like winter again. Similar to the the surface temperature of the world. It's documented like in early 1850 or even in early 1900. It's still in like not highly increased, but if you compare with in 2000, the change of the surface temperature is like getting increase and increase. So what is the climate change impact? So as I mentioned, like the GHGE or like greenhouse gas emission in form of carbon dioxide or methane can lead to its increased sum of extreme climate events, like for example, heat wave or rising temperature. And then there is a flood because of rising sea level and also drought that have an impact on the human health. Like all of this can impact the air quality, can impact the water quality, and also impact the food supply and safety. And all of this can have a pathway of, heat-related illness and death. And then food supply and safety because of climate change can cause undernutrition, foodborne disease like salmonella, poisoning, and also many infectious disease due to the climate change like chikungunya, dengue, malaria also increase because of the climate change. So in the next, I will want to focus what is the impact of the climate change to our agriculture and to our nutrition. So let's first take a look of the climate change impact on the agriculture. So I give you two type of food production, which is rice and soybean, which is a lot consumed a lot especially in Southeast Asia. And this is the change in growth duration in comparison to the global mean, which is in 1980 to 2010. And they project, they're forecasting what is the production until 2020 in this time. So if you see in early 1980 in rice and soybean, it's actually the change in growth duration is getting decline and decline. It's similar to the soybean. And if you remember the graph that I mentioned earlier, the change of temperature is getting increased and it negatively associated with the change in growth duration of rice and also soybean. And how about the effect of climate change on the crop yields? So this is the study in 2021 that projected the change of the a reduce of the crop yields because of the climate change. So if you see in the orange and dark red, it's the change of the crop yields is around 25% reduce of the crop yields until below 40%, minus 40%, more than 40% reduce of the crop yields. So if you can see many countries that affected by the climate change due to impact of the crop yields is mostly Sub-Saharan Africa or the global south of the world, like South Asia, East Asia, and also South America. Next is what is the impact of the climate change on the nutrition? So this is the, as mentioned before, climate change is due to the increase of the CO2. So this study in 2008, they give this type of plant, which is barley, rice, wheat, soybean, or potato. They put it into a climate chamber, and then they give this plant high concentration of carbon dioxide. And then they want to see how the protein content in this plant change under elevated carbon dioxide. So if you can see all the plant under elevated CO2, they have reduced a percent change of the protein concentration, with potato reduced 18%, and then wheat reduced almost 120% of the protein concentration in this particular plant. Not only protein, how about iron, zinc? Actually, in this type of plant, if you put there under high carbon dioxide or under the climate change environment, they also have reduced iron content and also reduce the zinc content. So what is the implication of this, in high CO2, high climate change impact to the nutrition content? So you see that our on the CO2 affected crops. So this is also the prevalence of the combined risks of zinc and protein from high CO2. So you see many of global south of the world already have, risks of the loss of iron, zinc, and protein. So of iron because of the climate change also associated with the rate of anemia in this country, and also loss of protein also associated with increase of protein deficiency population under climate change condition. So zinc also increase the zinc deficient population. So this figure mostly told us that low and middle countries are most reliant on plants for nutrition. And because this type of plant, which is CO2 affected crops, it's reducing their nutritious content. So more and more people in this region are affected with anemia, protein deficiency, malnutrition, undernutrition, and etc. Not only that, actually, rise of the temperature also associated with increase of the BMI. So here is children, adults in all countries and in developing countries. So if you can see, the rising temperature is positively associated with increase of the BMI, both in adults. So why I told you before, climate change is associated with the food contents and crop yields. And now I will give you a bit understanding why our food production is contribute to the climate change. So actually, food production contribute approximately around like almost nowadays like almost 30% of the global greenhouse gas emission. And food production itself occupies about 50% of the global land. Food production requires 70% of fresh water, and also because only of food production, its largest factor threatening species with extinction. Like for example, food production has led to majority, like almost 60% of the world fish stock being fully fished or overfished, only 7% underfished. So you see that our food also have an impact on our environment. This is the study in 2019 that published in Lancet show you like what is typical, like what kind of food items that can contribute to high greenhouse gas emission. In here is like CO2. So if you can see here like a ruminant meat, like for example beef, lamb, like all the red meat have a high greenhouse gas emission, which is almost in 28 gram beef, it can contribute around 1.2 kilo of CO2 produced only because of 28 grams of beef. And pork, chicken is also have a high, we call it high footprints because they contribute of a high greenhouse gas. And food that mostly plant-based, like roots, soybean, legume, vegetable fruit, they mostly have like low footprints because they produce low greenhouse gas emission. Animal food also use like quite a lot of land use, and to produce like a meat, it also use a lot of energy. So this is just to give you like a glimpse information what kind of food that have like high footprints and that contribute to the high greenhouse gas emission. And then the question is now why like animal food, like animal-based food have a high greenhouse gas emission? So actually larger animals tend to be less efficient because they usually the high intensity farming and the destruction of the forest to create land to like keep this animal. They also requires much water and a large amount of grain and grass needed to feed this animal. And they normally produce methane. So like a cow, like lamb, like that, sheep, they usually produce methane, which is up to 35 times more potent than CO2 as a greenhouse gas emission. So this is the reason why like animal food product has a high footprint. And next is I show you like what is the impact of the high carbon footprints food on the human health. So if you know, like red meat, processed meat is usually less healthy and less sustainable because they have high carbon footprints. And this type of food is associated with risks of mortality. If you see here, they are in the like above the risk of mortality is above 1. So it's mean like consuming extra daily serving of this type of food group is associated with increased mortality risks. So and then they also increase like this yellow dot is like animal source of and sugar, and they also increase the risk of chronic disease. So this figure told us that like processed meat, red meat, or like animal-based food is not only less healthy, but also they have like high environmental impact. So just to as a like a summary, you know that if you are from the nutrition background, you're familiar with this kind of food habits. And usually we recommend like only eat like small amount of animal products and mostly high amount of like plant-based food. And if you turn this pyramid, like 180 degree, it will become an environmental pyramid. So it's been like animal-based food have a high like environmental impact because of they produce more greenhouse gas emission. So we know already like the impact of climate change to our agriculture and to the nutrition content of the plant, and then we know that our food production can have an impact on the environmental. So what can we do now? So actually the IPCC, I will borrow the propeller diagram from the IPCC. So what can we do is like mitigate the climate change, which is like our, like what we can do to reduce the greenhouse gas emission. And then the second is what we can do is to adapt what happen now, because climate change is here. So we just need to adapt and to be resilient. So these are the two things that I will mention in the next slide, what we can do, which is mitigation and adaptation and resilience. So what we can do is also we need to set our limits into these planetary boundaries. So when we talk about what we can do to reduce the greenhouse gas emission, or like what we can do to adapt the climate change, we need to also talk about like planetary boundaries. So what is the planetary boundaries? Planetary boundaries are a framework that set limit of human impact on the Earth system. So this limit create so-called safe operating space for humanity to develop without causing permanent harm to the environment. It means exceeding this limit can lead to the sudden environmental change and greater risks to the society. So this boundary include climate change here, and also freshwater use and etc. and land system change. So climate change is actually part of the planetary boundaries. So now what is the status quo? We know that global food production is the largest pressure caused by the human health. As I mentioned, global food production causes 30% of the greenhouse gas emission. And we know that climate change affects the nutrition status, which is, like increase more and more nowadays, increased people are undernourished, stunted, children are wasted, and more adults are increased prevalence of overweight and or obese. So we know that global food production causes the environmental health, and climate change affect nutrition status. So what is the vision now? What can we do for and what is should be our vision? So the vision is like to create a healthy people on the healthy planet. How we can like achieve this vision, how we can achieve the healthy people on not only healthy people, but also healthy planet. One of the solution is with sustainable diet. So what is the sustainable diet? Sustainable diet is diets with low environmental impact, and usually the sustainable diets are protective and respectful of biodiversity and ecosystem, and also culturally acceptable and accessible, and economically fair and affordable, nutritionally adequate, safe, and healthy. So if we talk about sustainable diet, it should be nutritionally adequate, safe, and healthy, and it should be protective to our environment. It should be also culturally acceptable and economically fair or affordable. So actually, sustainable diet already have been like as a potential solution for the co-benefit as a mitigation for a mitigation aspect of the climate change. And if we talk about sustainable diet, the most famous diet nowadays is like a planetary health diet. So why they call it a planetary health diet? Because planetary health acknowledge the strong connection between human health and the health of our planet. So it's easy. So that's why this diet is called planetary health diet. So it considers the planet as a whole system, including non-living component and how they contribute to overall well-being or disease. So planetary health diet is first developed by the Lancet's Commission. It's claimed a diet that is healthy for both people and the planet, and it's emphasized a plant-forward diet. So it's not a vegetarian diet, it's not a vegan diet, because if we talk about vegetarian diet and vegan diet, they mostly avoid meat or like animal-based product. But for a planetary health diet, they emphasize more whole grains, fruit, vegetable, nuts, legumes as a great proportion. Meat and dairy, we can still consume it, but in significantly smaller portion. And so this diet is mostly higher in plant-based food and lower in animal-based food. So it's not vegan and vegetarian diet. So this is the the recommendation of the intake of this type of diet. So in grams per day. So if you can see, beef, lamb, pork, chicken, and other party is only 14 grams per day, and chicken is 29 grams per day, and eggs is 13 grams per day. It's kind of hard to see the grams per day. So I give you an example in the serving size. So example on the portion size. So meat, we only allowed to eat like one small beef stick only per week, or like 2 chicken thighs per week. So in order to per week. And fish is 1 to 2 serving fish per week. It's not per day, it's per week. Eggs is only 1 egg per week. But if you compare with fruit and vegetable, it's like 2 serving of food per day. Vegetable is 2 serving of cooked vegetable per day. So the difference is like in the frequency. For the animal base is per week, for the plant base is per day. So if I can put it in like the plate figure, it will be like this. So your plate should be like half of the plate is from fruit and vegetable, and then like around quarter is whole grain rice, and then only small portion is the animal protein, which is from beef or chicken or eggs. And the next is like from nuts, legumes. So this is the idea of the planetary health diet. So this planetary health diet focusing on the the safe operating space of our planet. So this diet can produce a 0 carbon dioxide emission, and so there is no further increase in methane and nitrous oxide emission. This diet hope to use no additional land because we reduce the animal food consumption, and also reduce water use, and also safeguarding existing biodiversity, especially fish and other animals. So there is a solution, always comes the challenge. So if you see like the back to the food security domain, actually sustainable diet or planetary health diet also linked to this. Some of them are linked to the diet. So one of the challenges is it really helpful? Like, is it really healthy? Is this diet really healthy? Or this diet is really environmental friendly? So it's still a question. And how about the cost of this diet? Is it, expensive? Is it cheap? And how about is every all population can adapt, or like is it culturally acceptable to all population? So let's take a look one by one. So first, is it healthy? So a new study in 2024 is a meta-analysis of the planetary health diet and diabetes show that actually planetary health diet have a positive effect it's reducing the effect of the diabetes. So if you consume planetary health diet, your risk of diabetes is getting declined. And then how about the planetary health diet and cardiovascular disease? It's also the same. So actually planetary health diet has a beneficial for the cardiovascular disease and also cardiovascular disease mortality, because of cardiovascular disease is also reduced by consuming planetary health. And it's similar, it's also planetary health diet also reduce all-cause mortality in overall study. And next, is it also like not only healthy, but how about like our nutrition recommendation? Is it also part of the planetary health diet? So if you see, this is like a percentage of recommendation nutrition intake from the planetary health diet. The pale one is for adult and the darker one is for women. So you see the folate is already achieved 100% of the recommendation daily requirement. Then vitamin A is almost, so 100%. Vitamin B12 is also achieving 93%, and calcium achieving like above 80%. And for iron for adult is 90%, and for zinc is also at around like above 75%. So planetary health diet is also not only healthy, but also can, you can achieve the important micronutrient by consuming a planetary health diet. The next question is like, is it environmentally friendly? So they projected that if more and more people consuming a planetary health diet, it can reduce the CO2 greenhouse gas emission by almost zero, increased by zero, like there is no other like CO2 production by like early 2050. And then they also projected like if our production of the food is more ecological and our dietary shift to the planetary health diet, all of the planetary framework will be like getting better. Like for example, GHG emission will getting better because the green color means it's getting better, and compared with the red color, like that. And then the next question is it affordable? So this is really a big challenge of the planetary health diet, because the study mentioned that Eat Lancet diet or like the planetary diet costs on average 60% more than minimal cost of the nutrient adequacy. So mostly of the cost comes from fruit and vegetable, and then legumes and nuts, and then only small proportion of the cost is from the animal product. So if you see here, like high income country, actually they don't have a problem to access planetary health diet. But for the low, middle income or even low income, actually they have a very hard, access for the planetary health diet. And then if you see this picture, this is the share of the population, like how many population cannot afford a healthy diet. So because affordability is a question of income and price, so mostly, the global south of the world, they have a very hard way to afford the healthy diet. So this is really the challenge on the planetary health diet is still not affordable, because in some country, healthy diet is more expensive than non-healthy diet. And then the next is it culturally acceptable? So to answer this question, I will give you the real plant-based diet in a real life. So it looks like this. So it's really like in one day you only eat like many colorful vegetable and rice, and then the next day you can add a chicken skewer or even a fish here. But it's even like some fish here, you can also add beef, but it's only like in one day and not every day. So to answer this, I just give it back to you. Is it like, if you see this type of food in the real life, is it culturally acceptable, not only to the like northern society and also southern society? Next, I will give you there is a challenge. So there is a strategy how to have a greater food transformation. The first is like to create an enabling environment. So we should provide more and more healthy diet, like more and more plant-based diet in school, health service, workplace, like or supermarket, and supporting a media or food advertisement to more and more advertise healthy diet, not only like a non-healthy diet, and ensure policy coherent. So it means like we need to align a policy across all sector. We need to develop national food-based dietary guidelines that are more climate friendly, and also the easiest way, like encourage people to choose healthier diet, and also refocus on agriculture from production high volume of crop to producing a varied nutrition-rich one, and also preserve natural ecosystem, and also try to reduce food waste. So if you have a food, you eat the food, please eat it all. So all food waste also can contribute to the climate change and environmental health. And then we also need to ensure that dietary custom and cultural norms is also there. So we need to also support a local food, always eat local food, because we know that Indonesia has an extensive culinary tradition that mostly climate friendly. So supporting a local food, always eat local food, can help mitigate the effect of climate change on nutrition. And also start from yourself and influence others. So try to eat a little less red meat anywhere you can, and try to swap the red meat for healthier meat, like for example fish or poultry, and also consume less meat and enjoy more variety of plant-based food. So that's I give you, like the understanding about climate change and nutrition, and then effect of food and food production on the climate change, and also potential solution for climate change mitigation and adaptation by consuming more and more planetary diet, which is climate friendly diet. So in the last part, I will introduce you about our research group, which is mostly focused on the nutrition and planetary health, and what is our work. So our motivation is, as you know, in the rural of low middle income country, many people are underweight. But in the urban of the low middle income country, because of people who migrate to the high income countries, mostly they are obese. And then we know that modernized diet, like animal-based food diet, contribute to the greenhouse gas emission. And then it can lead to the climate change, which is weather variability, weather extreme. And this weather variability and climate change can also contribute to the food and nutrition insecurity. So this is our motivation. There is it's like two sides of the coin. And our research agenda is back to the IPCC.
Sorry, Mr. Lucas.
Yes?
You have 5 minutes left.
Okay, that will be quick, yeah. And we mostly focus on the mitigation and also adaptation and resilience. So I will give you one of the our work on the risks first. So on the risks of the climate change, we have a study on the impact of the rainfall variability, which is the climate change, on the diet and nutrition in young children in the Burkina Faso. So mostly we focus on the sub-Saharan Africa. And here in Burkina Faso, in the Burkina Faso is one of the lowest income country in the world. They only have an income per capita 170 USD, 670 USD per year, and they have only one rainy season. And in this study, we found that rainfall variability is associated with dietary pattern in young children, and this rainfall variability is associated with the increase of the chronic undernutrition, which is stunting among young children. And then we also analyzed the sustainable diet in Ghana and also people from Ghana who migrate to the European, like in London, Amsterdam, and Berlin, and also in rural and urban Ghana. So we want to know what is how are their like diet? Is it climate friendly or not? So if you can see here, like for the nutrition and health, and like for the climate environment, actually people like a migrant, Ghana migrant living in Amsterdam has like more climate, like high CO2, produce more CO2 from their food. And also, and it's like a typical Ghana urban and rural, they have low production of CO2. So this just give you information that migration can also affect the CO2 production, because when you migrate to more high income country, your diet will be changed to more like a modernized diet compared when you are not, you are still living in your own country and you still, your diet behavior is still eating local traditional food. And then for the mitigation, we actually have a research on the sustainable food supply, which is a planetary health diet based in German hospital. So we have two groups, which is the intervention group and control group. In the intervention group, we changed the food in the canteen. It's more like a plant-based. And in the control group, they are like eating as usual. And then we want to know how is the greenhouse gas emission. So this is the dietary pattern based on the participant. So if you can see, the vegan and vegetarian, which is close to the planetary health diet, have a high planetary health diet index compared with the mixed diet or like flexitarian diet. It means they eat everything. And even though we cannot find a significant association, but there is a trend that by consuming like planetary or like more plant-based diet, there is a trend to improve dietary practice and also lower greenhouse gas emission and also better well-being, which is the mental well-being. And then the last is about the adaptation and resilience. In here, we work on the two countries, which is like Burkina Faso and Kenya, and then we want to do the adaptation and resilience of the climate change by biodiversification, which is in the form of home garden. So in this study, we randomized like around 1,200 households to the home garden and health counseling. And then we want to see whether the stunting of the children is reduced and also the dietary diversity based on the home garden and the health counseling. So actually, is it like, this is the diets of the children in the this study, and then you see like the traditional diet, that traditional African diet, reducing like zinc, it's negatively associated with iron inadequate and also negatively associated with zinc inadequate, and it's similar. So this is two last slide that I have. So actually our group offer that we mostly do the observational study design to determine the relationship between climate change and nutrition. And also you always do the mixed method, not only qualitative, also quantitative, or co-designing intervention that can have an impact on the existing adaptation and mitigation of the climate change. And also we do the population-based intervention design to establish the effectiveness of adaptation strategy on the health and nutrition. So this is my conclusion, summary, and take-home message. So actually, transformation to healthy diets by 2050 will require a very substantial dietary shift. So global consumption of fruit, vegetable, nuts, legume will have to double, and consumption of red meat and sugar will have to be reduced by more than 50%. Because diet rich in plant-based food and with fewer animal source food confers both improved health and also environmental benefit. So without a major transformation of the global food system, our children and grandchildren will inherit a degraded and unstable planet. And then feeding 10 billion people a healthy diet is possible and would allow us to pass a future generation like a viable and stable planet and also stable environment. So yeah, this is our partner and fundings for the study that we have in the sub-Saharan Africa. And yeah, that's all from me. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Lucas. Next, we move to question or discuss sections. So we have 4 questions from 2 people different. First, the question is, how could the adoption of the planetary health diet reduce the global mortality and environmental impact? Second, why do animal-based food have a higher environmental footprint compared to plant-based food?
Okay.
So you wanna answer directly or?
Yeah, I can answer directly, yes.
Okay.
So yeah, the first question is, how could the adoption of the PHD or the planetary health diet reduce the global mortality and environmental impact? So as I mentioned before, like there is a planetary health diet mostly consists of plant-based food. So half of your plate should be plant-based food. And if you know, like consuming fruit and vegetables is very, like many studies already proven that it's can reduce the mortality, it can reduce the diabetes, it can reduce cardiovascular disease and also all-cause mortality. So by consuming a planetary health diet, which is consists 50% like high, it's so-called also plant-based food. It's not vegan diet, as I mentioned, it's not vegetarian diet, because I always have a question. So we should be a vegetarian or we should be vegan? And then the answer is no. Plant-based diet, you still can eat like animal-based product, but in the low quality amount. So that is the reason why how the planetary health diet can reduce the global mortality. Because as we know, plant-based diet, fruit, vegetable, fiber, nuts, legumes, already proven in many studies that they can lowering the risk of chronic disease. And also, as I mentioned, planetary health diet, it's more on the plant-based, and plant, it's mostly they have a low carbon footprints because they do not produce methane, they almost zero produce carbon dioxide. That's why they have a like low carbon footprint, and it's have a low environmental impact. And then the next question is, why do animal-based food have a higher environmental footprint compared to the plant-based food? So I already explained it in my previous slide, because to have a to keep the animal, like for example, to produce like a beef or beef, you need like quite a lot of land to keep the beef. There is a high intensity of farming, and then some forests need to be destructed, like to be really destructed to create a land, and then to produce a beef animal-based product requires much water, and it's also required a lot of grass need to be there to feed the animal, and then normally they're like a poo produce a methane, which is CH4, and CH4 is more potent, like 34 more dangerous than carbon dioxide for the greenhouse gas emission. Hope I
Okay,
answered
next
the
question.
question. Yeah.
Is the planetary health diet feasible to implement in Indonesia? Given that protein allergy to malnutrition remains a nutrition problem in Indonesia?
That's like I mentioned, like it's the like two flip of coin. In the other hand, climate change can reduce the nutrition content, like protein content, zinc content, iron content on the plant, and but the other hand, like the population still, have this kind of problem, which is the energy malnutrition. But don't take me wrong, because the protein or like energy malnutrition or like protein is not only on the animal-based food. You can also get the protein from the plant-based food. Take consideration on nuts, legumes, all the vegetable that mostly a root vegetable or like a seed. They have also high plant-based protein. So that's also the challenge that I mentioned. Is it culturally acceptable? And then I give you a real life situation of how its planetary health diet index looks like. And I believe like if we back to the more traditional local Indonesian food, we can also, we eat mostly like a lot of vegetable compared to like nowadays modernized diet. So I think it's like, in my opinion, is still feasible if we more and more go back to the more traditional and local Indonesian food.
Okay, thank you, Mr. Luka, for the answer. So before we end this last discussion today, please let me sum up based on your explanation. I can conclude several key points. First is a global food system transformation is urgent. Second, climate change can affect nutrition and agriculture. And third, a planetary health diet can be one of the sustainable solution. So as we close this session, I, on behalf of the organizing committee, would like to present a certificate of appreciation to Mr. Adil Lukas Kurniawan, PhD, as a speaker in this morning event. Now we reach the end of this season. I would like to thank my leave and return the event to the Master of Ceremony. Thank you. Wassalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh.
Thank you to Mrs. Raisha. Ladies and gentlemen, distinguished speakers and all participants, we have now come to the end of the plenary session of the 7th Icracos 2025. On behalf of the organizing committee, we would like to express our heartfelt gratitude to all keynote speakers and moderators for their insightful presentation and discussion. Before we proceed to the parallel presentation session, please kindly take note of the following announcement. First, attendance confirmation. we kindly request all participants to fill in the attendance form provided via Google Form. The link will be shared in the Zoom chat box by our committee team. Second, transition to the parallel session. We kindly ask everyone to stay in this Zoom meeting, as our committee will assist by inviting each presenter into their respective breakout room. Alternatively, presenters may also join their assigned room directly based on the room distribution listed in the abstract book previously shared by the committee. We sincerely hope that the upcoming session will foster meaningful academic exchange and collaborative networks among all participants. May this conference not only broaden our knowledge, but also inspire innovative solutions for sustainable development and global well-being. With that, we officially transition into the parallel presentation session. The session will now be full handover to the assigned moderators in each breakout room. Thank you very much for your participation. Wassalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh, and let's enjoy the presentation.